In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether, struck the Einsteinian demons, dispelling them back into the void. The world was saved, not by a warrior, but by a...
All right, we're live, gentlemen.
There he is. Yo, hello everybody. Welcome to Ether Cosmology, or really just us hanging out on the Discord server. Tonight is just an open chat. Typically, or in the past, we've done a lot of these on Twitter, and I just figured tonight we would kind of do it over here where we tend to actually hang out more on the Discord server, or at least classically hung out more, I guess you could say. And it would be kind of just a little bit more chill, but not really any major expectations for the evening, just kind of a live stream. So yeah, that's all. What's up, everybody?
Mister, I expect you to have something prepared. Did you not have your statement ready? Come on, man. Show's on you.
Dude, we sent the limousine and everything, mister.
What up, my bizzle nizzle, Alan?
What's up, Rue?
Oh, Ruhi's here. We tried to hide him, but no, let me see it.
keep him in the back. Don't bring him
Eric,
out yet.
I've got to slide into your DMs later about GPS. I'll do that later.
Yes, Ruhif needs some help with his calculations, and we recommended your math skills. we offered you up.
Yeah. Ruhif said GPS, and I served you up. I was like, Eric's got you. He'll know what to do.
Dang, did I give the impression like I had big plans tonight?
Kind of. So I kind of wanted to follow up on the global warming thing you did, the presentation.
Yeah,
dude, that was an awesome prez. So many people reached out and was like, "Yo, great information, great subject. I haven't seen anyone talk about it and whatnot." So that was awesome. And I wanted to see, like, if we run out of stuff to talk about, we could watch a couple of those videos, like the greenhouse effect video.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Be down for that.
Cool.
If we got nothing else going, I'm definitely down to watch some of those. Yeah, that guy's stuff was a lot more in depth than my video was. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty profound how corrupt it is. It's not even a real thing. It's just made up. They use a flat Earth model to perpetuate it, where the sun is hitting the Earth, at all 24/7, 365, like the entirety of the Earth. So just to get the numbers to even look like they do what they're doing. So yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit.
Was you talk about global cooling, climate change, warming?
Toby did a presentation on it, but like, was your intention with that video to gaslight my own soul? Was that because I felt like I was doing it and that it was really effective.
Was it the baby polar bear? I think was a really strong part.
Yes, dude.
Emotional overtone, bro. The emotional affect.
They were like, it died trying to swim to safety. I came off mic to go.
It couldn't find any.
Come on.
It couldn't find any. It just died, just swimming.
the crying Indian.
I was like, why do I feel guilty?
Toby, what is your actual stance though on this quote unquote climate change? Like, where do you?
It's that the science is clear. I don't know if you've seen or heard.
I think it's really insanely hubristic to think that we should know what the climate quote unquote should be. If there is anything that's going wonky, it's probably got a lot to do with them getting a little too rambunctious with weather manipulation. and that's probably having, negative effects, certain areas that should be receiving precipitation that aren't, or all the dams that were created, even that, that affects moisture distribution. That got brought up last week. I thought that was a really, really good point. Moisture distribution would play heavily into
That's a
weather patterns.
Like the good old all of a sudden there's a dust bowl. Don't worry about the 92,000 dams that sprung up at the same time the year before.
Yeah. Yeah,
Dude.
but then also I still liked the example of the Dust Bowl, and the even better I think is the one from the 1840s or whenever it was, because it's like literally like, oh, it keeps raining here. This is awesome. We can grow crops here. Let's all move in. Like everyone move out west. Go start your farm, build your home, start a homestead. And then all of a sudden it just stops raining for like 9 years. It's just like, oh, yep, that's what happens. The climate changes and you're effed. Like, yeah, yeah, people literally just starved because it just stopped raining.
See, now that was definitely man-made. Then they're like, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna dam up all the water. We're gonna tell them that it's their fault they don't have the water. And then it's like, okay.
Is there like a few companies that controlled most of these dams?
That's a good question.
Yeah, we don't know. It's a good one.
Yeah, we'll have to do a dam investigation.
Somebody will have to look into this instead of
Yeah.
just speculating wildly
Damn
like
it.
we're doing now.
I'm too curious.
Damn it.
Damn it. That's what you need to call it.
Somebody's listen, in order to understand this, one of my friends is gonna have to give me a 200 slide presentation on it, or I'm just gonna have no hope. So who wants to do it? Kembo, how you doing, buddy?
You can make it fancy too and call it Damsel. The hidden truth. It's all about dams.
Obviously, whatever it is, you gotta add the hidden truth. That's how you make presentations. Like, what do you know?
Yep.
Dude, the other thing is
What they
the
don't want
magnetic
you to
field.
know.
The magnetic field started moving really fast in recent years. And I mean, if the climate is changing a lot in recent years, or more than normal, quote unquote, which is already a crazy assertion to be making, but if it were moving more than normal, quote unquote, and the magnetic field happens to be moving more than normal, well, then, that could certainly play into it, like, so it's kind of just, I think the climate is going to change, always has changed, always will change. I think that the carbon dioxide thing is kind of a hilarious thing to get obsessed about because, as me and Stone were talking about during the last presentation, it's, there's self-correcting mechanisms built in into the Earth system that will equalize. As the CO2 goes up, plants will grow more and they'll all put more oxygen. And so it's just the whole thing is just it's a perfect control mechanism, and it's a lot easier than wars. You just literally tell everyone we're waging war against our own existence. So there you go.
The classic.
Well, do you think it's cyclical? I think it's just cyclical. Like it's
Yeah,
cyclical
probably.
in nature, right? Like these cycles happen all the time. And the people in power know about these cycles, and they know exactly what land will be affected by these cycles, and they just basically play Monopoly and reset the board. Like that's what makes
something like that going on. Yeah.
It's like, why are they building infrastructure all in Africa right now, right? Like right there, like building it for like 2050, 2060.
Could be,
like,
yeah.
If you go back in time, it's like Sahara Desert used to be lush. It's like maybe there is a cyclical nature to it. Who knows?
I mean, certainly could be, especially Sahara Desert used to be lush. Like you look at stories of like the Nile Valley and stuff. Sounds like it used to be pretty different.
Yeah, I don't know. It would only make sense too if we were in some type of vortex. You would have some type of precession.
Yeah, I think so too. That makes sense to me too.
So I don't know, maybe climate change and global cooling is just like they just know when these cycles are happening, capitalize on the fear, create legislation to propel the people into accepting it, and then now it's like a new form of control.
That sounds crazy.
So the Sahara Desert, the Gobi, even our deserts, they're deserts because of their lack of water. But the Sahara Desert, if you go back to the 1600s, and you look at records and you look at maps, it was nowhere near the size that it is. But the British started clear cutting, the French started clear cutting, the Spanish started clear cutting. They were clear cutting because the lumber from there was excellent for the wood ships of the time. That continued all the way into the early 1900s, and then of course, steel ships became a thing. But that lumber was also still being clear cut well into the 1970s before the environmentalists, went a little crazy. Like, look at what you're doing, because the Sahara started spreading at staggering rates from the 70s onwards because all of the um, rainforests of that area had been clear cut to nothing. That area used to look a lot different, even back in the 1950s, 1960s, because there's pictures of it, aerial reconnaissance photos and everything of Africa. It's been torn to hell and back by industrialization.
Yeah, that's another big point. Like, how much does all of the crazy construction and terrorization of the environment that we do play into all of it? I mean, like, you look at Haiti, they took all the trees down and it just destroyed the entire island, or the whole half of the island, basically.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they some corporation moved in and essentially like deforested the island, or that their half of the country, their half of the island essentially, and then pieced out. And then
Shit.
that's my
Dude, what
understanding.
the heck? You could just do that?
Wow.
Just buy an
Yeah,
island, drain it, and dip.
Dude, a
That's
lot of those Caribbean islands are not
I
fond
drink
of
your milkshake.
Dude, for real.
they're not fond of America and American politicians.
Are you sure that it's not just that we're dirty sinners and that we're always paying the government more money that'll make it better? And are you sure that's not the case, guys?
I was told that if we start getting everyone to pay them a little more, that I could.
We would lay off the
have-
geoengineering and we'd have better weather again.
Well, it did work. It did work in California with the grid, right? We do have an example of that working.
Yep, they got it just so that everyone had to lose power for a little bit.
Just so we can apply the pressure on your neck. Look, it doesn't do us good if we take the boot off your neck, so we're just gonna keep it there. I mean, don't worry about it.
What kind of boot do you want on your neck?
Yeah, it could be a
What do you
black
like? Do you like
boot.
pink?
You a red boot or a blue boot? Yeah, you get to choose.
Do you want an eco-friendly boot? Is that what you want?
You want a funny boot, or you want a boot that's
Look, it's a LGBTQI plus boot.
It's an economy size boot on your neck. Not yours at Macy's. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, the entire grid can't sustain all the EVs that are being forced down people's throats there, and then now they're creating a new tax on people who switch to EVs
right.
because they're not making enough money on gas tax.
I like
It's insane.
I like how all the electric cars are mined from batteries that been from cobalt that the Biden family happens to own in one of those third world countries that got it was a cobalt mining thing. So they ridiculously circle jerk to get the government funding to mine the things, to pay it up, to blow it up, to adhere you to the car, to take it away, to take it
No, it's ridiculous, dude. I don't know.
and then they fund themselves the whole time with your money, and then they buy themselves bricks with the proceeds from the money that they use to enslave you. Dude, it's the weirdest circle jerk.
A fun fact about the Haiti, along with the deforestation, there's a lot of gold mining as well as offshore drilling for oil, which they struck a lot. And coincidentally, a lot of the American companies who were tied into it just kind of like jacked all of it. Right, it was like 90% over to America. And around 2016, around the election, a lot of people were exposing the Clintons, and Tony Rodham, who owned the oil rigs and was in heat. They talked about a lot of the child trafficking, coincidentally, happened around the Clinton Foundation coming into Haiti. And I don't know if he had to go, but Tony Rodham died coincidentally around that time. So, yeah, there was a lot of hijacking of natural resources in Haiti.
Yep.
It was just his time to go.
And a lot of missing children. I heard that was just like probably unrelated. Wherever the Clintons go, it's like, where are all the children to go? People are like, yeah, I don't know.
Coincidence, quite a
I'll
coincidence.
start a foundation to try and find him.
Yeah. Just want to give donations to help find your children fun? Jeez.
Hey, I'm driving right now, so I'm sorry if the background noise is really bad, but I want to speak to two things. One of those things that Xavier just brought up. So I live in Utah, and right outside of Salt Lake City, there is the Kennecott copper mine, which is one of the two things that you can apparently see if you're in space. So Ruhif, when you get a trip, you get to be able to look for that in the, in Utah area. You'll be able to see the copper mine, but the amount of toxins that the mining has caused in the local area in the soil, like they've recently tried to build new homes and everything on it, and the soil is so fucking riddled with toxins that no one's able to even grow trees in that area. So when you talk about the effects from man, like mining is a huge one. And then they take the fluoride and then they put it in your water, which has got to be good for you too. But I was going to ask if anyone has seen the documentary, the geoengineering documentary. It's more of a horror film than anything, but have any of you guys watched that geoengineering documentary?
The Dimming?
Yeah, The Dimming. That's what it's called.
Never heard of it.
I got a question
Never.
about the copper.
Yeah. Dude,
I'm curious, what process of the mining, what process is causing the toxicity?
I have no idea, but I just know that all of the surrounding lands, all of the soil is completely it's just completely dead. It's toxic. You can't grow. Like, people are having really big issues. They built a bunch of homes out there, and they made like a little suburbia, and
you ever heard of Centralia?
Huh?
Have you ever heard of Centralia, Pennsylvania? Centralia.
No, I have not.
Oh man! So all over the
I
world.
heard that last week. What's Centralia?
Yeah, so Centralia is a underground coal mine that is on fire and has been on fire since 1990 something, late 90s. It caught on fire. The whole town's been abandoned. There's a really cool road that goes into it where people go down there and they write, messages and chalk on it and everything. But the whole town's abandoned. You can't live there. Eventually it's going to collapse in on itself, but it is not the only mine of that nature. It's just the largest one in North America that's on fire. I went one day, I found out what it was back in 2016. I did a dive and I found out there are hundreds all over the world of these coal mines that
are on fire?
They can't put them out either. There's no way to put them out. They're just burning.
No kidding. Hundreds of places that are just on fire.
I know they do
all
that
over the
with
earth.
like a lot of the natural gas leaks. They'll just like start the fire, they'll set the flame, and it's like, yep, that's just gonna burn because there's
Well,
no
these
natural gas
do.
leaking. Yeah.
They didn't mean for these coal veins to catch on fire. The thing about the coal is it doesn't require oxygen, so it burns underground, deep underground.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
it just smolders, but yeah,
We
no,
have
of course they didn't want that. The whole town's economy was based off that coal mine. Of course, they didn't want that to happen.
We have a whole lot of coal mines in central Utah where I live now. I mean, that's where the majority of men work, is in the coal mines. And I know that they've had problems with collapses and a lot of issues, but the copper mine particularly, I don't know what they mine copper and they mine silver there. And it's a huge, they basically over 3 miles wide.
Well, since we're on the topic, I don't know. Let's talk about energy for a second. What would be the best way to produce energy cheaply other than burning something? Like, honestly, I mean, we could talk about etherics, right? Etheric technology that's speculative, but like, what is the cheapest, easiest way to transport energy right? Like just anywhere. I mean, coal is one of them for sure. You transport it really easy, burns it. It survives the weather. Like, what other type of energy could you use? And I don't know. I've been looking up gasifiers. You guys ever looked up gasifiers before? That shit's cool. That shit's really cool. It's basically pyrolysis. I think that's what it's called, where it's like they burn the smoke. Where it's like these theories of like valves that get so hot that like first they have like a series of things that burn, right, and then they burn the smoke because it gets so hot.
Yep, I've seen a few people run their vehicle on it. Bigger trucks, you can throw a burner on the back and put the exhaust right in to your manifold.
What?
Yeah. What do you think about it, Stone? Since you probably know more about it, because like I've been trying to find practical ways to industrialize.
It is definitely a defiant act taking the power away from petroleum, in a manner of speaking. Although you got to lube the rest of your vehicle anyways, you're going to need them for something. But and the tires, But well, it's if you look at it as an ecologist, it's an environmental nightmare because you are burning wood on the back of your truck as you go down the street. If you can picture that replicated 20 million times in an area, what kind of air quality you would have. But yeah,
but doesn't the smoke get burned?
Well, yes and no. Do you know what a catalytic converter does?
Not really, off the top of my head.
Okay, well, it's kind of a reburner too. It's a marketing scam because years ago they took samples of particulate levels in lung tissue, in the 50s, 60s, whatever, and before its advent, and they were really easy to find, big chunks in the lung causing lots of problems. Well, the catalytic converter comes along and solves that problem. How? Well, we just heat up that exhaust coming out of the manifold even hotter, and it breaks those big chunks down into something you can barely detect. They didn't go away, they just got smaller, and those are still found in the same saturations in lung tissue decade to decade. It's just that the air looks nicer. You know what I mean?
Wow. What a great scam.
It's
That's
one of those.
Dude, that's so cool. They solved the problem, but still poisoned everyone. Shout out to the boys, dude.
Oh, yeah. It's just more pleasant. It's just easier to take. You can breathe it in nice. Oh,
and you could even feel good about it.
Yeah, but you're still fucking dying from it.
Damn. They always get us. Wild.
There's an ongoing theory that as far as cheap energy is that we already are using some form of that. The nuclear, quote unquote, nuclear reactors that you think are happening in power plants are not really that. It's some type of recycling of steam or whatever have you. Don't quote me on that, but that's what's really happening. And they have to say it's nuclear because they have to keep the lie of nuclear energy.
Well, I think it's heat from decay. I don't have a problem with any of that part of the theory. That's okay. It's the part where it's the deadliest stuff known to man, and a teaspoon of it will kill everybody on a continent, and that kind of thing.
Right, that shit.
That's where I draw the line, man.
Galen Windsor blew my mind with that shit. You guys know who Galen Windsor is? The guy who ate uranium.
He swam in the moat.
Yeah, just to show people that the Department of Energy's regulatory schemes are fucking retarded, and that it's not this dangerous, and it's basically just a monopoly grab, just a power grab on controlling people's energy.
With mercury, it's the same trick.
Right.
Same deal. You can't have any. You can't have it. It's dangerous. It'll kill you. This little teeny bit, it's bad.
Dude, why'd they take all the merc, Stone?
Make nuclear weapons.
Why'd they take all the merc, bro?
So you can't have any, obviously. Why'd they take all the gold?
I don't know. Did they, though?
So, hey, have you guys heard of, I can't remember the dude's name, but it basically had to do with water pressure and perpetual motion. Apparently Tesla got one of his ideas from this guy, but I was just trying to find the video, but I'm driving, so it's not exactly easy to find. But there was a scientist who, you know how like when you turn your sink on and if you're in an old house, the pipe makes a vibration. Like he was basically using that, and when you put them in sync with each other, it will make perpetual motion and energy. And there's a machine that they still haven't quite figured out how the whole thing works, but it uses just water pressure. Do you guys know
Sounds
what
like
I'm
you're talking about Victor Schauberger, Frank.
It might have been, but it seemed like it was a much more American name than that. It was right around the time of Tesla, but and one thing that I had heard, and I'm trying to find the video if I can find it. They basically say that that's where Tesla got the idea from, but I'm not really sure. If I can find it, I'll see if I can send it. But have you guys heard of anything like that?
No.
All right, I'll see what I can find, and yeah.
What about lead paint? Hey, testing. Can you guys hear me?
Madam
Yo, what up,
Ambassador,
Willie?
Good to have
Sounds
you.
pretty good to me.
This is my first time. Yay. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say,
Welcome.
did you guys hear about how lead paint was removed? Lead was removed out of paint because the lead paint actually protects houses from like the internet, whatever the microwaves from internet.
EMF in general, I'm sure.
Yeah, I have heard that that theory, that thought process, and it makes some sense to me.
Does this mean we get to have Liliana on Discord like whenever, like random times, at all time? We could just like be chilling, and she could just
Hot and cold running lately, Hannah?
she could just be chiming in. Like this is pretty great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
Discord's
feel
way better.
I feel like I have all these boyfriends I can flirt with. I'm so glad that this movement is mostly guys.
I mean, if you're on a platform and you can't give your friends a full 200 slide deck presentation with full visuals at 1080p, like you guys even really friends?
Well, yeah, then what is the point?
Oh, that's what we do here. If Twitter had screen share, we'd be fine.
Sorry, I'm not as witty and knowledgeable as you guys. You guys are all my teachers, so I have utmost respect for you. In India, we were always taught to have a lot of reverence for our teachers because it creates a really good energy field, like a really good energy exchange. And so then as a student, you learn more and the teacher gives more because that really beautiful exchange of reverence and love and gratitude happens. So you guys are all my teachers, the lads
Isn't she
here.
positively disarming?
Right? Imagine,
Dude,
imagine
I
trying to
know,
yell at her or
right?
something.
Appreciate that, but you ain't gonna learn shit from me. Trust and believe. I'm just kidding.
Trust Peter, bro.
Don't
Well,
trust
so
me.
far I'm just talking about Alan, Shane, Stone, Mr. Xavier, Toby. These are my teachers here.
Yeah, they teach me something every day.
Yeah, you can add Biasticles to the list.
I learned everything I
Someone
know
that-
from Osco.
I would say a lot of people around here are worth listening very carefully and closely to.
Especially those who don't speak often, Osco. Whenever you're ready for your great wisdom. Remember, it's been a while.
What's up, dudes? What are we doing in here?
we're
Challenge the throne.
we're gaslighting Osco's soul today. You want to join us?
Everyone knows I'm the worst flat earther ever.
He says it all the time.
Guys, I'm sure it's really deep. He actually means something really deep.
Oh,
by
yeah.
that.
You didn't understand the quote, all right? It wasn't in the context that it was meant for.
You're so ahead of your time, bro. Much love. I'll figure out what you meant later. You're on that deep shit.
We'll write some math that'll substantiate it after the fact, and then we'll use retro causality to pretend we meant that the whole time.
Yeah, dude, I'm the flat Earth shaman. You don't actually need math. You just need to overthink stuff.
Honestly, all the people that hang out here, Liliana, are our friends and people of the same similar mind with goals and motivations, right? People honestly looking for the truth. That's what you'll find here. And people who aren't, Alan gives them the big old boot, and everyone pretends like it didn't happen. We're like, who? Who was there? Nah, never seen him. Never made it over here, bro. I don't have to tell you.
Never met him.
Welcome to Discord, Liliana.
Yeah, Beast, I don't know if you heard, but Liliana is the Madam Ambassador of Flat Earth.
I hear her all the time on Flat Earth Fridays.
She was voted in and appointed simultaneously.
Crazy.
Yep, that's how positions are awarded. It's a meritocracy up in here.
Well, it's a democracy, except that like 7 or 8 of us have like 600 votes each, and no one else has any votes.
And then we call it a meritocracy because we always vote for the people most deserving. So yeah, I mean, it works out.
We do this big charade where we have somebody run against Lily. They're like, they're like, I promise to do X, Y, whatever the fuck we say. And then we just give it to Lily every time.
Meanwhile, we're like, hey, Lily, what color do you want the walls in the Oval Office?
Well, rigged elections? Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not saying Liliana's opponent is a liar, but she doesn't lie. I know that. I can certify it. So,
yeah. Are you guys familiar with mail-in ballots? We don't even do that. We just make it all up entirely.
COVID-19. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say female in ballots? What did you say?
Female ballots. Yeah. Well, I'm just so honored that you guys invited me. I hope that I can bring some good energy.
I'm happy you made it. Did someone help you here, or did you do it like, did you just magic yourself over here? Or what happened? You click a link and poof?
Yeah, Alan is so patient and so kind to me all the time. God bless you, Alan. He sent me a link, and it was a one-click link. Because if it's anything more than a one-click link, it's kind of too complicated for me. So yeah, I'm just still learning how to use this Discord. It's not as it's so different, the format from X, Twitter, that it takes me a while. I don't know. I don't know how to ride a bicycle, and I'm really bad with technology. I think those two parts of my brain are like somehow missing or something.
Well, just press all the buttons and see what everything does, and you'll be all comfortable.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, I was a straight A student in school. I actually really enjoyed learning.
Nice. Yeah,
Nice.
Discord's very different from Twitter. There's a lot of links you'll see like in the server. I don't know if you see, there'll be like hashtags. You can actually click those. Those are like useful links, like different categories, etc. And people post all different types of information in there depending on the category. There's tons of servers like that around, so it's really good for finding information pretty quickly.
And for reaching people fast too.
Should we introduce Lily to like Geos and other Discord servers, or do we want to just keep her for ourselves?
Oh, dude! Imagine you could harness Imagine you could harness the purity of JT and not share it with anyone.
That's what I'm thinking.
Like,
we just...
like no.
So
while you suckers are talking about all that stuff, I'm looking up tandem bikes so I can be seen with riding around with Liliana on the back.
Nice.
Tandem bikes.
Taking the ambassador around town.
I can barely handle you guys. I don't know if I can handle any more. I think this is it for me.
Yep.
But it's just us, just our kind, right? There's no opposition. There's no people who are going to drain you, bring down your energy. It's just good, positive energy. It's crazy, right? It's like, why would you want that?
Except
see, one of the coolest things, I wanted to turn on my computer, but one of the coolest things you could do in Discord, which if Twitter figures out a way to do, screen share in real time. You can screen share like entire screens, PDFs, whatever it is that you want to like present. See, just like that. You can screen share. You can click watch stream. Like I'm on my phone right now. You can just see what Shane is doing on his screen.
Oh,
we
Shane,
can see how McToon responds to Twitter
Taunting
tweets.
Toon, for example.
I
Yes.
was going to say, it looks like you had a nice interaction with Toon earlier. What happened there?
Yeah,
Lots of crying.
our boy Death reposted the Eclipse video and then was like, McToon was like, "No, you stole it," and he pretty much took his book and kept clutching it and running around. But then, like,
Piece
when
of
it
garbage.
when it comes down to it, I'm like, all I want to do is I want you to show me which one of these pieces of data is exclusive to the globe. Right? Is it the sun azimuth? No. Is it the sun elevation? No. And he's like, it's all of it. All of it from the globe.
Hey,
Like,
Shane,
okay.
you think if I took the MC Tune footage with him at the book and put the proper music to it and snuck in some baby polar bears, that I could get you to sympathize with his position that you stole from his book and lied about his book?
If you gaslight my own soul hard enough, Toby, I don't doubt that you can achieve that. Yeah. Like, I feel guilty now. Shit. Like that book, you know what? I'll give you back all the math that I stole that I then used on my own variables with my own equation. Obviously, that's yours. Those results can be yours now.
Oh yeah, gleam it up, baby.
I
Gleam it up.
love Gleam, dude. Gleam
I was
just
watching you gleam it there for a bit. You should gleam it some more, I think.
dude, just like he takes the people that I wouldn't like. What's the expression? Piss on fire to put you out or whatever.
Piss on you to put you out if you're on fire, yeah.
And he spends 3 hours babying them, going through the dumbest things hand to hand. And I'm like, dude, power to you.
I think he sees it as like an exercise in like specificity, and I think he's got to see it as like an exercise. That's the only way I can fathom it.
Well, he does it all over my timeline, and I aggressively heart everything he does. So it's not like,
yeah, that's awesome.
It's not like it's for nothing or no encouragement. I'm like, yeah, get him. I'm that guy all of a sudden.
Get him,
He
Gleam.
likes to gleam it up. What can you say, mate?
It's just like, dude, he doesn't need help. Get out of there, guys. He's got like, who's that Mortal Kombat
Dude.
boss with 8 arms?
Right.
He's just
It's like
soloing.
like you want to help Gleam, but it's like, how do you help a battle tank?
He doesn't
Right?
need help. Just get out of his way. He's fine.
Yeah, it's like I'm not going to help him breach a wall any better, you know?
You just applaud.
Meanwhile, I'm like, bookmark. just keep them off for later.
We got Proud Flirt in the house. What's up? What's up?
Yo, what up, Proud?
Is that Plurf?
Where is that?
Oh,
there
there you are, tacked on the end. How about that? Yeah, very sneaky.
Loud.
Nice. I'm trying to bridge our communities. Discord is by far the better platform, but Twitter has more people, so this is where we're at.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? Why are you guys coming back, or is this a temporary thing? Or you said screw Twitter.
It's a standoff against Elon.
Just changing things up. I just kind of figured it'd be nice to just chill over here with the homies for a night.
To be honest, we always just hang out in Discord anyway, and like before and after we go on Twitter, we're hanging out here. So it's kind of the same to us.
Yeah,
like
it's like
identical.
we cut out the middleman, you could say. It's like we have to temporarily stop hanging out here to hang out on Twitter for 2 hours and then come back here. So we're like, let's just do that tonight.
I'm gonna meme that right now. Where's Gleam's avatar? I'm gonna put that on the corner. Dude, soloing like four of the dumbest Globers that I've ever seen too. Like this, the bottom of the barrel, and he's just like he's taking them through. I mean, like I was bookmarking his post here. I was like, I'm gonna need that for later. Ooh, didn't think to. Oh, of course you're right. That's a great example. Like everything says, I'm like, oh, that's so brilliant. My reaction was, oh, you're retarded. Right? It's like I didn't want to engage. He's like, no, let's show you why and how you're retarded.
the most important concepts or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The
If you
how
don't
and the why.
understand, if you don't
If you don't
understand
know
how
where
you're
you went
being
wrong,
retarded,
you can't learn.
you're just gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, so did you guys hear about the ice cube? How they know about the neutrinos coming from certain galaxies?
No.
Did they catch one in a piece of ice?
Yeah, they caught it in a square or a cubic kilometer of 4,200 multi-instrumental sensors deep in the Antarctic ice. And then some random dude that definitely sounds like an agent came out and said that that was actually a directed energy weapon, and he was just a fireman, so he had the keys to everywhere in the whole building, and he knew it was a directed energy weapon, but he wasn't going to name names. He wasn't going to name names because
What?
you can come out and talk about how it's a directed energy weapon, and put your face on it, and you're not going to get assassinated for that as long as you don't name names.
Oh, you talking about the guy that went on the show that's sponsored by the CIA?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Yo, shout out to Sean Ryan. That show is awesome. Those stories are crazy. But yeah, that's funny. Yeah. He's like,
But the thing is actually insane though. The ice cube is nuts.
yeah. Can't believe they finally found a neutrino.
Those sensors are nothing to sneeze at. And I don't know about the whole directed energy weapon thing, but a cubic kilometer in the ice of
And the size of an atom they found within a cubic kilometer or whatever.
Oh, smaller, much smaller.
Smaller.
Yeah, it's way smaller. They can find one of them, and then they can
doesn't
find
even have dimensions, bro.
millions
It's
of them.
literally the smaller than you could.
Did they find it to the 9th decimal place?
Within a kilometer of solid ice. Yeah.
Don't they found it to the 10th decimal place? Come on,
It's gotta
now.
be at least 9, or it's not science.
I wouldn't even read it if it was anything less than 9.
Okay, can we just change it to a unit of a bajillionth of what we just were using? Can we do nano degrees for no reason? That'll make it bigger, right? Yeah, let's do
With
that.
enough money, anything is possible.
Shane,
You know,
have
the
you
other
met my friend MicroArc?
Nanosecond.
The thing that was crazy about Ice Cube was it's like they're talking about how it's the most important, like the biggest scientific experiment in modern history or whatever, and it's such a big deal, and it's going to change like physics and stuff. And then the dude goes to show the server room, and it's not locked. He just waltzes in to the server room for the biggest experiment in the world. And I'm just like, like any other, even just, there's no reason you wouldn't at least have a lock on the server room door. Really, you would fail every security audit without having at least some kind of biometrics or a smart card, some kind of 2-factor authentication to get into the server room. But he just waltzes in. And I immediately just thought about LIGO and how the one dude at LIGO doesn't even trust the data anymore. He just works there for a paycheck. And
He's like,
That's
oh,
weird.
that-
I thought you were going to go a whole different direction. To me, I saw it going the direction of Comet Pizza, where the one round that guy fired was in the back, through the office door, and hit him in the hard drive. What are the odds?
wait, what?
Is that what happened? Really? I didn't know.
Yeah,
Did you guys?
story, bro.
Sorry
What?
I'm late, guys. You know,
What?
sorry
Yeah,
I'm late to the
what?
party and all, but I blame Biden tonight because he was an hour late getting onto that fucking stage. But anyways, yeah, you didn't hear about that part? Just a
I
subtle
was not
detail.
a truther then, dude. I was not even awake then.
Just a subtle detail lost among many that just kind of came out and then nobody ever mentioned again.
Dude, that reminds me of that pesky missile that looked like a plane that hit the Pentagon right in the budget analyst office,
Oh,
exclusively.
yeah, right at 10 feet high, right with the book open on the side of the building, torn away.
They're
Right
like,
in the
the
budget
we'll
analyst.
they're like, how we'll stop America? We'll hit them right in the finance department at the Pentagon. Like the Muslims knew what they were doing, bro.
It's like that was a plan. It's like
they knew right where to target us, man.
It's like there's a missile-sized hole in the wall right before it hit all the data, and it's like, no, that was a plane. It's It's like, well, it had no wings, dude. It was a plane. All right, all right.
Coincidentally, right before the audit, too.
I'll blow up their IOUs.
Did you guys see the little teeny engine piece that they threw, the rotor piece they threw out in the yard in front of that wreck? It's like, oh, hey, there's a piece of the engines. Those engines had like a diameter of 12 feet.
It's like, look, it's definitely a plane. See that one piece of evidence that we definitely didn't manufacture and put there? It's like, yep, I see it. Well, see?
Such hilarity.
Man, I wasn't even awake during that, though. But yeah.
I ran videotape for that entire day. I caught everything the networks were putting out and had it on VHS by the end of the day. Still
Nice.
have them.
Wait, for 9/11 or the other thing?
Nice, dude.
For
Can you
9/11.
Can you put them on Telegram?
I gotta rip them to digital. They're still on VHS as we
Oh,
speak.
wait a second. Make that a project. Let's do
Yeah,
that.
I got you a project, boy.
Need some help.
You guys should see some of the shit I got in the vault.
Dude.
Hardware too. I mean hardware too. You guys, everybody here is into Back to the Future, right?
Just watched it yesterday.
You got an 8-track?
I had a hunch. No, dude, I have one of the actual transistors that are used in the flux capacitor that you see in the vehicle running the high voltage strobing. I have one of the last ones to be made by that company that used to blow the glass and put those bitches together, and they really are 3-stem. They're a legit transistor. Hardcore, physical, high voltage. It's a pretty piece of work.
Damn.
Yeah, does that strike awe? Or what?
Yeah, I don't know what
The
that is. I'm looking for it now on Google. Back to the Future
I am-
transistor.
Well, let me dig up a picture. I got an image or two of it. Let me check them. Let me dig that up. One sec.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
I'm
because
much
this
more interested in the VHS for 9/11 footage. So we can get our hands on.
Because this came up, but I don't think that's the transistor you're talking about. I'm almost positive it's not the movie.
No, he's probably got it. That's it.
Back to the Future.
So close. No, not really.
What was it? Part of the car, like the hubcaps, or
It was the thing that
So you
made
got
time
the
travel
hubcap.
possible. The flux capacitor, dude. It's like,
You
what
got
is
the
it?
hubcap, the gears, the big chain, the little chain, the belt.
how about Knight Rider,
after
Stone? Have you
the
ever got any Knight
transistor.
Rider stuff?
No such luck.
Dang.
Dude, 9/11 footage is priceless because dude, if it wasn't for people like you who did that and put it on the internet, we wouldn't have the footage that we have today that debunks it, right? We would all be subject to the memory holding that they have undergone from the digitalization age, right? But they control all the, like, that reporter who like did it live and just like, oh, the building goes down. I mean, wait, did it yet? Is it behind me? Oh, it's still there. Okay, well, it's going down soon, right? Like that never would have been recorded and shit.
Modern day book burning.
Yeah, exactly. The memory hole it. So that the only ever past is current, right? We've always been at war with Eurasia, guys. You didn't know that we've always been at war with Eurasia?
Oh, very cool. I see the flux capacitor now. I don't remember that at all in the movie.
Wait, has nobody read 1984 for real?
Yeah, I was about to say it was. I was waiting on Alan, but yeah, it was in
Dude, I just read it like a year ago.
Listen to the audiobook.
All right,
That's
well,
what I mostly did. I did
was
a mix.
dope.
that counts. That counts as reading it, dude. Just so you know, for future.
There were-
As long as you
yeah.
didn't watch the movie, audiobook counts as reading.
Oh yeah, was the movie any good? I might watch out tonight.
No,
No.
I don't know. Actually,
Oh,
the
well,
book was.
the way that
the
you
book was
condemned it immediately, though, like with that confidence. I kind of don't want to watch it now.
Yeah, but I don't know. I didn't watch
No,
it. so
I know,
condemned it
but
from
I know,
ignorance.
but yeah, but the way that you did it, it just like I don't,
So
now
all
when-
right, it's done.
Now
Sorry,
when I think about
spoiled-
that movie, I'm like, yeah, Shane didn't give one fuck about it.
inadvertently poisoned your well all over it.
I couldn't even finish it, bro. To be honest, the book was
Yeah.
1,000 times better.
Oh shit.
And even but the book even was like a love story, dude. It was like not even a great book. All the like lessons are in the first 80%, first 70%.
Yeah.
So yeah, he puts on an anti-static coat before he goes into the server room. which I would say is a little bit overkill. But there's no lock on the door, so I don't know. Maybe kind of interesting priorities there. I guess you're in Antarctica, so you're not worried about it, but it's just not really how you should conduct very expensive experimentation.
What else we got going on? TM, what are you up to? Bashing people on Twitter?
Me?
Man, I just looked up them things, man. It's like cauldrons or caldstroms or I forgot what they're called, but they're like whirlpools. There's a few of them that are pretty popular and pretty big. They're like whirlpools that they never stop, like right in the middle of a body of water or in the middle of the ocean or something. That just 24-hour day whirlpool, man. Anybody ever heard of that? Doldrums or something? I thought that was pretty neat, man. Like, where's all that water going? It's food for thought.
Nah, I definitely didn't see that, but I'm like, who's the hottie with the red dress and this freaking Brian's voice that comes? I'm not on
That's my
Discord.
wife, man. That's my wife 11 years ago.
Oh, bad. That's a compliment anyway, right?
No, it's
I
Brian.
found them, and I actually have two of them, two different ratings.
That's the resident trans in the group. That's all.
That's the they them. I gotcha.
Yeah.
So that's the picture from the movie right there, and there's three of them in there.
Hey, look, the flux capacitor. Now we can go back in time.
Oh, goody. Time's a dimension again.
And those are the two that I have. They are a VS2 and a VS4. And you guys want to see the data sheet for that? Of course you do. So here it is.
Whoa. Dude, these things are sweet looking.
Aren't they? They're just a work of art.
These are
They're
rectifiers?
beautiful.
Ooh.
No, they're more like a transistor. Check out the PDF there.
Like an old ass transistor, right? Like a cathode ray tube, kind of like a small.
Hey, Stone.
The vacuum switches high voltage.
Get a load of these millimeter
like a
decimal
transistor.
places. You seen that?
Before silicon.
Look at that.
Electromagnetically actuated vacuum switches. Dude, these are awesome.
Aren't they? I salivate when I think of the ways I could abuse these.
Right.
At some point in the future.
I immediately think of audio, but yeah.
Graphite tips. You could do some pretty badass Tesla arcing with these bitches.
This is really cool.
Let's see. I had the PDF open a second ago. What's the rating here?
You go to the moon with
Yeah,
that.
22,000 volt ratings on the hold off. And yeah, you can have them closed for up to 20 milliseconds at a time. So as a duty cycle, you can think of it that way, inverted. That's really what that figure is about under maximum contact resistance.
You could take nitric acid right out there with one of them things, man. That spark gas.
Fucking, there's just no limit you can do these bitches. You
I'm
only got to
pretty
give them
sure-
12 and 24 volts, man.
Well, I'm pretty sure Don Pettit has been looking for those so he can go back to the moon.
Fuck that guy and his macaroni and cheese. Oh my god. No, I love these things. I bought them from a guy in Sweden years ago. Let's see. I bet those things are dated. Yes, 2013 when I picked those up. They're in my shop right now. Yes. Drew.
So did you build a flux capacitor?
I don't have enough of them to do that. But you get us some pretty nasty shenanigans with 20,000 volts on the top end when you're switching, bro.
That's some fun, Sesh.
Hey, you know how Facebook and Google, like, they're always listening to your conversations, right?
I believe that they trust my
yeah,
privacy.
except I don't use Facebook and Google products, but we continue.
I'm actually, I find it useful, right? Because I was having a conversation the other day with an individual about the design I have, and I was talking, about how I want to structure and shape it. And I was talking about breaking down a sphere from the 180-degree radius we use, and basically changing it over to a Fibonacci sequence. And lo and behold, the next morning I log on to Facebook and I post a picture. That's the picture that's up on my. I was like, hey, yeah, that's pretty cool.
What? That's crazy.
Well, good thing you weren't spending your night talking about cat litter boxes, eh?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, right. Yeah.
You are the product. Nothing is free.
Yeah.
Siri, turn my lights
know-
on. Sorry, what's that?
It's
You got
all
the kick. Go ahead.
it all gets stored is what happens. It's there cached locally or whatever, tied to your account, so it's available to you and tied to your tokenization of your Google ID or Facebook ID or whatever, and it's convenient. And then all of that data that it's using, everything that you are finding convenient from it goes also to their records, and it doesn't go away anywhere. It all stays, and it gets collected. It all gets stored, and they don't need it right now. They don't have any reason to look at it right now. But if at any reason they wanted to look into you or anything, they just push a little button, and then they run the machine learning, or they take their algorithm or their AI, and they point it at their clusters of all their data about you and maybe your IP address, and then they can find out, oh, look at all these interests, look at where he lives, look at all the
Let's
places,
predict how they're going to act under social pressure. Which switch do I need to press to coerce them to do things?
DNS, all his DNS record address lookups. We can see actually probably a bunch of firewall logs and a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, they don't need it. They don't need to look at it at all actively. It's all just the AI can do it all retroactively. The important thing is just storing it all, and that's what they do.
Question. So what makes you think they're not using it right now?
Nothing. They are.
I thought somebody was saying they're going to push a button and
they
do it
might.
later.
They might be using all that surveillance on us.
I think
right
they're
now,
using
and they
it
can
all
check
right
out my
now.
transistors and suck it.
Well, yeah, the storing part is probably a mostly accomplished task. That it's an ongoing thing. But yeah, no, then yeah, surely, and that's why they use Ghidra or whatever. They openly contribute to a bunch of data access platforms. So I'm sure they're doing lots of live access to all the data. Yeah, certainly.
Why would they
There
build a
be
platform
rampant
they can
scumbaggery.
use and make money off of now to build further platforms, or just store the data for later? They're using it actively to make to profit from it, so they can build further profit generating machines.
I don't
Well,
think
if
he was talking about like a case by case. Like they're not actively using it in a case by case scenario, because you're not important, enough to warrant that, is I think is what he's saying.
No,
I
but
mean,
they're using the composite data over
on-
all of it. They're not leaving
yeah,
it sit
no,
dormant.
there would
The
be.
data
There would
is
be sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, on a general, population scale, yeah, absolutely. They definitely pick up behavioral trends, and then obviously they can influence that. But nobody is taking your individual data and then influence or manipulating you at this point in time.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if
what
it
do you
would.
base that
It's hard
claim
to,
on?
but I don't even know if you'd really have to. Is the thing, right? I think it could get to that point. I think currently a lot of the algorithms are kind of disparate and separate from each other, but there are algorithms that are that are becoming extremely effective because of the AI that is powering them and the machine learning that's powering them. And it's all an attention race. It's all whoever is trying to running these things is trying to hold our attention, and they're testing everything possible to test all of our different personalities' attention. And for some of us, it seems the most effective way is probably to engage with us and enrage us on social media platforms. And so it doesn't have to be a real person that's talking to us. It just has to be someone to hold our attention. And it could be AI, it could be some paid astroturfer, as far as I'm concerned, because that certainly seems very plausible to me with some of the people I talk to. But yeah, it's just, I think, yeah, they almost certainly have multiple programs based around the data that's collected. Now, it doesn't have to necessarily be about you specifically that they're using, right? They just have to know, they're just using the data, quote unquote, to target that particular niche audience. It's just a little, we're just a little number in the niche. So, uh, it's essentially the same thing. Does that make sense?
But do you have data that claims they're not using it for individual use? I'm not
No,
saying they
but you
are. I
see
don't
what
have data either
it just
way, but
wouldn't.
you're
I'm
you're
just saying that wouldn't
okay.
even
Go
be
ahead.
the most efficient way to do it. You would target niches. You would start broad, and then you would, as your algorithm got more sophisticated, it would start to, you'd start to fill in all the individual niches where it was, you would find more and more effective niches to find smaller and smaller groups of people and keep them hooked in. It's all about attention, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I guess, yeah, I have no problem with that. I guess you were stating it as a fact. They're not using it. And I was trying to ascertain if that was knowledge or a belief system. Because what I found is if I have a belief system, it limits me. But when I have knowledge, it's easier to change my viewpoint based upon the knowledge. So what I mean by that is like religion. If you believe in faith that something is a certain way, and no matter what somebody tells you, you're not going to change that belief unless it's life changing to change the belief. Whereas knowledge, you could have the wrong knowledge and base your facts on knowledge that's incorrect, and it's easier to replace that knowledge with something else. So I always like to understand if somebody's saying, when they're talking uncertainties, like they are not doing, which avenue they're approaching it from, just from a
Fair enough.
dialogue standpoint.
Fair enough. I wouldn't rule it out.
And I'm not as making the assertion they are using it individually. I simply don't know.
Yeah, I guess, like I was saying, I just personally, my personal theory would be something. Yeah, it's a belief. Would be that they are. It just would be more effective to just um, let the machine learning kind of do it on its own. But you're right. I have no idea. Especially if it's, I always say it's conceivable, most easily conceived to me as a spiritual battle, and um, in that case, who knows what's going on with what I'm trying to be convinced of at any given time.
Is Jason G a new buddy? What's up, buddy? Welcome.
Yeah, I just saw your invite. I thought it's an interesting conversation. When you bring up the spiritual side of it, that gets really interesting because I always want to know the motivation, right? And so I have a theory that, we live in a spiritual realm, that the carnal realm is uh, reflected by what has actually happened in the spirit realm, right? It's just a production of. And so to do that, what they do is they manipulate the spirit realm through emotion. So the emotional side, when we're emotional, it affects the spirit, and it affects everything around the energy that comes off of us from emotion. And so, therefore, by manipulating our emotions, they're actually changing the physical realm because they're manipulating the spirit realm. And they do that a lot of times, in my opinion, from my research through symbology. So, like when you don't know what symbols mean, like government, you hate the government because they're doing this, that, or the other thing, right? Well, you may or may not know, but you are the government. Everybody that is structured, the representatives of government, people have been convinced to believe are the government. We are the government. We, the people, are. And so the representatives, if we allow them and don't take dominion over them, which is the reason we were created according to Genesis 1:26. We were created to take dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and the beasts of the field, which is land, air, water, which happens to be the jurisdictions of law. And dominion is is control over a specific domain, which are the three domains, the three domains of law. So when we do that, when we don't do that, we say I hate the government. Well, we're actually saying we hate ourselves, and that's where the spiritual battle comes in. At least that's how I look at the world.
So when I keep all my money and I say fuck the government and I file exempt on all of my tax forms, am I actually saying fuck myself?
My understanding is you are the government. So like if you read that we are to take dominion over law, land, air, water, according to Genesis 1:26, and then you read Romans 13 where it says that the people should submit to the government, meaning they should submit to us because they are the representatives. The government, they represent us. They have to follow the will of the people. So when we say that, we're actually saying we hate ourselves, and I believe we're not following through on our authority that was granted us, the reason we were created. That's just my take.
Elia, to actually answer your question, I'd say it's more along the lines of that what you're agreeing tacitly is that you're going to pave your own road, you're going to develop your own school, you're going to put in your own services to yourselves and your community around you, that you're going to bear the burden of organizing and paying for that, as opposed to the group. And you see, that works on the supposition that the government needs your funds at all in order to accomplish those things. So that's really where the argument is. It's that your government isn't printing their own currency. They are borrowing it from the Fed. And they're telling you there's not enough based on that, when the whole paradigm is dysfunctional. It's incorrect.
Right. I used to
What
be
do you think the government is then? You're saying your government.
Well,
theoretically.
frankly, when you ask, don't ask me what government is, because the first thing I'm going to point out mostly to you is the problem with political representation in the beginning of the argument, where you started saying will of the people, that this entire paradigm of political representation is a tragic abandonment of personal sovereignty and personal responsibility and accountability to oneself and community. That, I mean, given that paradigm was created long before the advent of the net and cell phones and social media platforms and other ways to take consensus of the entire electronic world, of which everybody is participating, or rather in which, you know what I'm sure you know what I'm saying there, that it's way beyond time to get rid of political representation and put everything into committee interested level,
Right.
consensus and referendum.
I agree. I don't
you know what
think
I mean?
we should get
That's
rid
very
of
simple.
political. Yeah, but I wasn't claiming we should get rid of political representation.
No, you weren't. You were missing the paradigm entirely as the problem. That's what I'm pointing out.
City states is the maximum. The federal. I mean, I used to be a staunch constitutionalist and be like, we are the people. We are the. In theory, right, the structure is laid out that way. But let's be honest. Practically speaking, that hasn't been that way in probably hundreds of years. It's just not the case anymore. We have a representative government supposedly, but the governments are rigged. The elections are rigged. The electoral college can do whatever it wants. It can select the presidents in opposition for what we picked. So the federal government, as it's laid out, is useless. It's beyond corrupt. The Supreme Court was never part of the Constitution. So yeah, negative rights, which was the bare bones of the Constitution to govern itself, so to speak, is long out the window.
The Constitution was written to limit the government, right? So,
correct.
Yo, boys.
Many would argue the articles.
I just found
articles of confederation was better.
I just found the Constitution. Pizio, what's up? Pizio Electricity, are you there?
I see him, but I do not hear him.
Is he even really here?
Yeah. He's in a superposition. I'm measuring him right now so he comes into focus after he collapses.
Let's think about him real quick. Focus on him. Okay, now he exists. Okay, he's a particle again. Wait. Okay, now he's a wave. He's a wave again. We got him.
There he is. What's up?
It was bugged out. It wasn't working. What's up, dog?
There we go.
What's up, dog?
Yo, what up?
I heard you had some new discoveries.
About what? Talking about neutrinos?
Yeah, we've Toby found one in an ice cube earlier.
Yeah, man. You're
Thermometer.
talking about the neutrino ice cube detector over in the South Pole.
No, talking about one in his house, in a literal cup of ice, cup of coffee, ice. He had a cup of iced brushtail coffee, and a neutrino
There's
hit
a
it.
cardioid effect.
Yeah.
Dude, we should totally sell bottled water and name the name brand Cherenkov.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah,
was there a little Cherenkov radiation detected somewhere as a result of a neutrino?
Bro, do you not know that they claim that all of the universe is uniformly filled with an ocean or a sea, as they call it, a sea of neutrinos?
Of unicorn farts.
Yes, I'm super aware. And also, I was socially shamed one time for not believing in them. And this was like, before I knew about ether or anything. This was like some dude just casually flaming me for not believing in neutrinos, a sea of nothingness that is responsible for everything.
They're also electronically neutral, and they pass right through solid matter with ease.
I like that. I like that they're electronically neutral, and then they can because they're so neutral, they can travel since the beginning of time from the Big Bang all the way till now, and we can deduce everything about the entire universe from one of them. And they can go all that distance, travel all that time, nothing ever stops them. But then those scientists in Ice Cube, they grab them, they nab onto them, they boom, got it, like a little fly,
Ice Cube is special.
Something special about water, right? It's like water. This magical substance is fine until it hits water, but when it hits water, man, boom! Crazy stuff happens, and it's interactive.
That larger sensor array there is called a gullibility detector.
Yeah.
I like to trust the atheists who see back in time to tell me how long ago their particle left. Those people are notoriously trustworthy, and I get the warm and fuzzies when they start telling me things.
But the Constitution, though, yeah.
What's that? Never met her.
Do we have to do vote for a Moloch or vote for ball skit again? I thought we do it every week, guys.
Nah.
We're good. Did anybody realize that they literally just one for one co-opted the ether and called it a neutrino sea? Was anybody aware of that?
Dude,
instantaneous action at this
seems to be the case upon cursory investigation of the so-called neutrino. Does nothing, has no charge, can't be detected, has no mass, but it's responsible for everything, and even somehow emits radiation, or is the cause of Cherenkov radiation. It's like, sweet, bro. How'd you do that? And then it's like, oh, neutrino. Like, dude,
it's the solution to every current mystery.
Don't forget, it uniformly fills all space in the universe, and it passes through matter.
Yeah, you just can't use it as a background medium or reference point because it's just nothing. It sucks. It'd be cool.
Supersize me, dude.
Maybe we can do a neutrino.
Not ether, though.
Do you think if we made a neutrino interferometer, we could measure Earth's velocity?
No.
Maybe we could get Galeb's paper published in some bigger papers if we just crossed off everywhere where it says ether and switched it with neutrino C.
Web, yeah.
The neutrino C is the gaseous medium responsible for electromagnetic propagation. Quote Yuri Galeb, 2004.
Dude, it's totally well known that Cherenkov radiation regularly surpasses the speed of light as well. But
I didn't know that.
Add an eye effect. Yeah, they don't say that it violates relativity though. Yeah.
Wow.
It's its own thing, man. Chill.
It just hit me what you're talking about. You're talking about the blue light that you see when they fucking connect the rods in a nuclear pool. That's okay.
There's like a little flash of blue light when a neutrino collides with the nucleus of a water molecule.
Oh, when we power up at a nuclear power plant, the pool turns blue from the blue light.
Yeah. Well, the blue light is from the water colliding with the neutrinos, they say.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, hey, bro, let there be light. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, nothing comes from everything. Things that aren't
Yeah.
connected can act connected all the time. Don't be crazy.
On the first day,
luminiferous neutrinos.
God made a sea of neutrinos. And then from that, he made water molecules. And then he parted those water molecules with a solid firmament structure, right? You guys, haven't you guys ever read the biblical history or whatever? Aren't y'all Bible lads?
Dude, what did you say, Brian? The luminiferous neutrina.
Neutrither.
Neutrither?
But I just realized, dude, that when it's raining, when it's storming, dude, every now and then two neutrinos collide, dude, and that's where lightning comes from.
The
Two
neutrinos
neutrinos,
ether.
kids.
Yeah, neutrinorous ether.
Luminiferous neutrither.
I love that,
If we
dude.
started calling it the neutrinorous ether, they would probably get so mad. Like if we literally were just like, yeah, bro, that's what the neutrino sea is, dude. It's the ether. Y'all finally found it. Like, tell me that the people on like Twitter wouldn't lose their minds.
That's
Like,
right.
particle board.
Dude, look at my lightning meme. Where's Cyrus? Oh, Cyrus is. Yeah, I thought it was
So
him.
I was having a conversation today with my new physics professor, who is a girl this time, and I explained to her the ideal gas problem and the photons being quantized problem and some other stuff, and was talking about how, she was asking me why don't I go to get my doctorate degree and something if I'm so interested in all this research. And I was like, well, I'll probably get a master's, but I'm not down with the whole PhD thing, because I don't like the paradigm stuff, and I've seen people get their careers wrecked over disagreeing with relativity and things such as that. And she was like, yeah. And she explained to me how funding bias works and how it sucks and stuff. And she was totally on board with how it all sucks and is gay and controlled. Pretty dope, actually.
Dang. Shout out to your girl.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah.
based.
Dude, most of the people that I've talked to at my university about this, I'm 3 for 3 so far.
Dude,
Are
yeah.
all on board with how yeah.
Dude, I feel like that one guy who was a flat earther and started talking to his professors about it went to the wrong school or something. Every time he brought up something that contradicted the mainstream narrative, he got bodied.
You're just overdue to hit a normie.
Everyone you approach is like, yeah, relativity is full DS.
Yeah.
It's damage control to an extent.
Dude, you know what she said? I asked her if she ever studied relativity, and she's like, yeah, I did study it. I took courses on it and stuff. And I was like, do you believe in it? And she kind of looked at me and she was like, well, I never could really wrap my mind around the idea of time not being constant. I was like, oh yeah, like the whole fabric of the space-time fabric of the universe bending and warping, and that's the reason that your clock gets out of sync, and everything's contracting and shrinking, but you just can't actually measure it or tell. And she kind of we kind of went back and forth, but she's a real one, dude.
Nice, dude. That's awesome.
Nice.
Telling
Have
you,
you ever?
I think the majority of people in university settings that haven't been, I think it's just the nerds that work at these CERN labs and stuff that are the ones that get super upset and dogmatic about their paradigm. I don't think most regular engineers actually care that much and are humble enough to admit that we don't know everything.
Yes. The latter, I've kind of made the argument for the latter for sure before that. Like a lot of the people that actually would be the most interesting to talk to about this stuff are humble enough that they're not looking for these arguments. Like they're not seeking out these discussions, which is kind of tragic, I guess, really. But yeah, they're not like it's always the bullheaded people that are popping in and acting like they actually know for a fact all these things about physics and outer space, quote unquote. It's like most people that are actually have high level of intelligence about these particular topics or high level knowledge about these particular topics know how quickly it becomes very convoluted and confusing. The old saying, the more you learn, the less you realize I think has a lot of truth to it.
You could tell real quick who the free thinkers are, just striking up a conversation right off the bat, because the free thinkers, will hear you out and consider it, and and even they'll take it further in most cases. But the people who just go straight against it, it's like they're a different breed of people, man. Like you said, bullheaded. Like if it ain't in their books, they just then they won't even consider it. They won't even give it 1 second of consideration.
Have you ever studied Walter Russell? Read some of his work? He was a friend of Tesla's.
I didn't know he was a friend of Tesla. I had my first thing. I've heard a lot. I've had my first encounter about like 2 months, a month and a half ago, something like that. And I read just a little bit of it, and some of it was okay, but he's like very esoteric sounding, and I don't like that
He's
personally.
his theory is that science has got half of it. They have gravity down, but they don't have radiation, and everything is a cycle. And so it's these continuous cycles, which I've seen throughout my life. If you read scripture, which I go a lot on scripture, it never says the end of the world. It always says the end, time of the end, or the end of the age. It cycles again. Then if you go to like the Fourth Turning Book, which is the researchers that have followed, the 80-year cycles of a lifetime, they found that there's seasons. There's spring, summer, winter, or spring, summer, fall, winter. And we're in a winter season right now, and then it just repeats over and over throughout history. And so the claim is that we'll go till about 2030, and then we're going to have a big reset again with technology, and then go back, to spring and start rebuilding again. It's interesting concepts that I've seen evidence for in my life. And I was praying and meditating probably, I want to say 12 months ago, maybe a little longer. And I just heard, I heard distinctly in my head from the spirit that we're in loops. And I had no idea what that meant. I kept asking people, loops, what does that mean? What does that mean? And then all of a sudden it started to make more sense. But it's interesting.
So you're telling me I have approximately 5.5 years to get my homestead set up and get off the grid before mega war happens? Is that what you're trying to say? And then everything gets destroyed and reset?
No, that was it resets, but it doesn't. So I believe that if we're outside of the system spiritually, we're protected because we're human, right? We're hue, which is light, and we're manifested. So the closer we are to God, the more we see His image, the more we can manifest in our life. We can only manifest what we're able to based upon an image of ourselves. And so when you read Russell, what he claims is that everything in the carnal world is not real. There is no energy here. It's all projections of what actually is in the spirit world. I just started reading him, but which kind of falls in line with what I've had for a while. It's starting to make sense now. But I do know the Earth is not flat because I can look at it. It's lumpy. Water's flat, definitely, but the Earth is not flat. It's lumpy. And that's just based upon observation. I do know it's not
There
moving.
are bullets in the spirit world?
Huh? Bullets? Explain. Maybe
yeah, that's
I
something in the
misspoke.
material world. You got them in the spirit world there?
There's no. Well, it's not a physical realm, so there's nothing physical, in my opinion. But who am I to say?
Well,
I don't know.
Nothing in the physical world is also in the spirit world, then, right?
We use the term topographical plane around here, by the way. We're not saying it's literally flat like a sheet of paper, like there's topography.
No, I wasn't criticizing what you were saying either. I get it. So don't take my words wrong. So forgive me.
I got you. But we've been strawmanned in all seriousness like that before. Like people literally think that we're saying that the Earth is like flat as a pancake everywhere, and it's like, I mean, dude, there's a mountain right there. I can see it. I'm not retarded. Like I don't sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, just real quick, Jason, what's a Walter Russell book you'd recommend?
He did
I think
a lot.
The One is literally the one, right?
What was the one I just finished? Let me look. I want to give you the exact title.
Let me quickly Google that for you. I'll be right with you.
I'm still learning how to use this. Can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Ambassador, coming in loud and clear.
Okay, because that mic icon is gone, so I'm all confused. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. When your microphone's
Oh.
muted, the little mic icon comes up with a slash through it, and that means if you're talking, nobody can hear you. And then when the mic icon goes away, you can talk, and then people will hear you.
Or when you see the mic icon with no slash through it, that means you're speaking.
Oh yeah, that too. TY down.
Yeah, and so for me, when never
Well, you might help because none of us have a phone interface from which to counsel her on. Dude, she's probably on her phone.
Yeah, hold on. I'm opening up my
Brain fart.
Google phone. Anyway.
So while you're doing it, it's the new concept of the universe is the one I just finished, but there's a bunch I've downloaded, but I haven't dug into the others yet.
Cool, thanks, man. Yeah, I've heard the name before, but I have no idea who he is. But what you said is compelling to me, so thanks a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm not saying anything I'm saying is a value or right. I'm just exploring ideas to try to figure out what makes sense, what aligns with what I sense in my spirit is kind of what I go by. But then I also look beyond that. There's got to be physical evidence to back it up. When I say physical, I don't necessarily mean it has to be in the carnal. I mean, I've had supernatural things. Like I was just telling a friend of mine to read Ecclesiastes chapter 1, and we actually read it. And then I was teasing him, and then we were talking about the Akashic record. And he said he was going to leave a note in the Akashic record for me, a sticky note. And I joked with him that it better be a big note because the Akashic record is huge. You know, we joked about it for about 30 seconds, right? Made a big deal of it. So then that night he opened his Bible. He hadn't touched it in like a year and a half. He opened his Bible in Ecclesiastes chapter 1. There was a sticky note on it. And he sent me a picture. And I'm getting chills right now just telling you the story. But there's no way things like that can happen just in the carnal physical world. It's
Dude,
wild. And I could tell you
we need to
stories all
get
day
you
long
in
like
front of a
that.
campfire quick. Just put you in front of a campfire. You can do that shit all night. That's priceless.
Hey, so Pizzo, you think you got 5 years, bro, to get a homestead set up? I don't. I think you got less than a year before you see a major shift in the way that money flows and what ownership looks like at all.
And again, not to mix, but in my opinion, it's not money. Again, if you read the law, that's why I'm big into understanding the law and being able to hold people accountable. Voting, I do not vote. Voting is not something that is a fruitful exercise. It's to suck you into their delusion, in my opinion. But money itself is either gold or silver. And what you're talking about is called currency or legal tender. And we can create all the legal tender we want personally, as long as we understand the UCC code and we are willing to hold them accountable in court. That's just my opinion, but I'm going through that right now.
Hey,
Nice,
sorry
dude.
to
Gio.
change
Your mic's
the
popping a
topic
little
of
bit too.
discussion.
Yeah, you're good. What's up?
Hello. Sorry. Oh, sorry to change the topic of discussion, but do you know any way to take some things from Shane's Obsidian and to paste them in a way so that I can take notes from it and highlight stuff from it?
Do you
Like
just want
upload it like a PDF.
Great
do you just want all the markdown files, sir?
Yeah, I want to make some notes.
I mean, I
And
think it would be just as effective to just print two PDF from the actual database.
Yeah, it's because the notepad files are just like the same syntax as markdown files. They're just notepad links with all the same text on it. So
okay.
So if you like, I don't know if you have a tool, like if you have a PDF tool you like to use for annotations, that type of thing. Like there's a bunch of tools for that. So if you could get it just a PDF format, then
No,
that would be.
that's something I'm trying to look for because I don't
Oh.
have any one of those
The more
PDF
popular one is
annotation ones.
PDF Exchange.
Okay, so I will note it because I don't have any app to take notes and I'm seriously in need of one of those.
I
What
mean,
was the
also
name?
we all use or most of me, Alan, and Shane all use an application called Obsidian for our actual note taking, and that's what Shane publishes his notes directly through the Obsidian service. But the
Yeah,
service, the application itself, you can host the files locally, which is really cool. You don't have to use their service for anything. And it's a pretty solid notes application. Actually, I'm sure Shane could share the markdown files directly with you if you wanted like your own copy locally. Maybe you
yeah.
could do something like that.
I have Obsidian, and I'm trying to learn how to use it because it's
Oh,
really good.
hell yeah.
But like
Nice.
there's kind of
Welcome.
two different functions. Like Obsidian would be more for like organizing notes, organizing thoughts or whatever. But then if you wanted to like annotate Shane's stuff, yeah, you would maybe I would say probably take Shane's stuff, print it to PDF or something, and then use like a PDF tool to do your highlights and annotations.
And the
Yeah, what
popular one
was
is called
the?
PDF. Hey, Greed. The popular one is called PDF Exchange Editor.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was going to ask you. PDF editor, you said.
Yeah, PDF hyphen XCHANGE. PDF Exchange
Yeah.
Editor.
Thank you. And also,
Sure thing, man.
do you have any books about perspective geometry? Because I want to analyze what Shane uploaded when it comes to perspective and to things hiding due to perspective, basically, bottom up. And well, I would like to do an analysis, and I tried to find a book uh, from perspective geometry to basically do that analysis, but I couldn't find one, or well, they are old and they are in some pages. Let's see, I have them right here. I had one that was on like a page that compiles all books that basically not many people have access. I don't remember the exact name, but I knew that I had it right here. I don't remember why I lost it, but do you have any books? Yeah, this page. It's called, let's see, it's archive.org, which has literal pictures of the pages of the books. Like someone took the book, and on each page they took a literal picture or they scan it. So it's kind of hard to read from it. So that's why I wanted to see if you have anything regarding to perspective geometry here, like books or something like that.
No books, but Shane just dropped a list of papers. We could. So he dropped the list there and his whole database thing. I could also try and get you like an export from my Zotero, maybe.
Yeah,
And
that would
also, we
be.
have some on the Ether Cosmology site.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
see here.
I actually don't have an extra Ether file share like RAR set up for just optics papers. I have it for many subjects, but not optics. So that's the list of all the papers. But
I can throw what I have onto a Ether Cosmology post real quick.
it was like 'cause I did it for like Etherwind, the GPS, and Sagnac, and all the cool stuff. But
Yeah, you still have to read a lot of stuff, and I haven't even started yet.
well, with Obsidian, you'll be a superhero, and nothing can bring you down. So welcome to the party.
I will try to come from Flutter Friday tomorrow. So if I end up having time to analyze all of the things that you said, we might have a debate. But since I haven't read it yet, but I have the link here, I cannot really debate much about it. But
Oh,
if you
so
if you were to link all of all of the things that you would like me to read, I wouldn't mind regarding the topic in question, of course,
right, the
which would
argument.
be optics perspective and perspective geometry.
Right, and the things that make things disappear bottom up on a flat plane, of course, which we obviously have attributed to Earth curve, even though we know things like Rayleigh's criterion and resolution limits exist, and optics definitely has light attenuation, and light doesn't travel forever, and we've got atmospheric Deccan opacity. But whenever we go to measure things that disappear from the bottom, 100% of that is curvature. We know that for a fact. You with me?
Yeah, I would like to know more about
No, I
what you
don't think
claimed
he's
in
with
the
you yet,
Obsidian.
Shane, but he'll get there.
I wanted to know more about what you claimed in the Obsidian about perspective being, hiding things bottom up, respectively, in the first part of the Obsidian. So, if you have anything regarding geometry that could explain why precisely the things that are below eye level tend to disappear before the things that are up eye level, because that's something that I couldn't really understand from the Obsidian. But if you have anything regarding that.
Yeah, that whole
sometimes a journey to truth, knowledge, and discovery starts with a path of inquiry on your own, right? And a walk through a curated, a curation of the topic doesn't always lead to a perfect knowledge or understanding. So I'm sure they've provided you with a decent amount of information, but I think coming from an inquisitive standpoint, maybe even starting philosophically and then getting into the nuts and bolts of it might be a better way to fully understand and grasp what's taking place. But that's just me. I mean, my journey on learning about perspective, one of the first things that I started to get into and read was a gentleman by the name of Thomas Reid, who is an English philosopher, and a book called, what was it? An Inquiry into the Human Mind, on something about common sense. Either way, I'll find a link to it and I'll send it to you. But yeah,
I don't want you to spoon feed me all of the files. I just wanted to know the exact files that you use to justify the things that you put in the Obsidian, for example, or that you say, so that I can actually analyze them.
So, Greed, are you asking basically like geometrically explanation for how it works, like the why when you go up an eye level you can see further? Is that what you're asking?
No, I was asking. Let's see if I have the Obsidian right here, which was that perspective determines the fact that objects disappear bottom up at a distance, which he relates to also angular resolution. So because angular resolution usually diminishes the size of a thing from all sides, for example, if you have a square, or well, a cube, you should use a cube in this case, because we live in space, we don't live in a 2D plane, to be specific. But if you take a cube, for example, and you put it further and further and further away, all of its sides will get smaller. So I wanted to see why he claimed that specifically the bottom part of it should be the one to get hidden because of the diminishing angular size with distance.
Yeah, that dude, that whole position is outlined in this video, Angular Resolution in Our World from Life is Short. I know a lot of the memes that I took originally came from there. All the visuals come from there. The whole position is outlined pretty well, with some quantification of bottom-up obstruction, how angular convergence from, top and bottom compression, how angles have to compress at the proportionate rate. And of course, if the distance between them is different, then they compress at different rates. And that's how you get bottom-up obstruction when you're looking at it from the bottom. But if you just want to look at that video, that's pretty much the main source for all the visuals that gets for all the memes that I made with them.
Yeah, well, 3 hours. I will try to
You,
look.
you,
Hey,
you
you can read 12 books or watch a video, it's up to you.
So Greed, if you want the short and sweet, bro, think of it like this. All right. You look out towards the horizon, right? You're standing above the ground. The sky comes down to the horizon and the ground comes up, right? In order to meet the horizon, which has to travel further, perspective speaking? The sky or the ground?
Well, I wouldn't use the word travel, but
That's why I said perspectively speaking.
well, but
The
I
sky, right?
don't really
The
I
sky
don't really
comes
understand.
down.
Yeah, talk. I wanted to.
Okay, yeah. The sky comes down to meet that line in the middle a lot further than the ground comes up, because you know that the ground's only like 6 feet underneath your eyes, and the sky is like way up there, right? So if you talk about them in terms of a ratio to one another, right? You have the ground, like a tiny amount of space being compressed to infinity in the middle, and you have the sky, a huge amount of space being compressed to infinity in the middle. So when it begins to compress, right, you're going to see that compression effect from the bottom first. And as it rises up, it's going to start from one side until it goes all the way across that bottom portion until it meets in the middle. The sky technically would do it too, but we're not really looking at stuff in the sky that much. Like if you were to be able to fly up to the sky and flip your feet upside down and stand in the sky and look at something in the sky, like it would do the same thing. It's all about the ratio between one another and how much one has to move to get to the middle line of the horizon versus the other. And so when that compression happens, it starts from the far end, which is the ground, and then it works its way up to the middle. So as you go further out, that resolution is going to shrink from the bottom up towards the middle until it goes up and melts into infinity. So that's why it happens from the bottom. It has to travel all the way from the ground to the middle line, and it has to hit all the space in between to get there. So it progresses from bottom to middle.
Yeah, the problem that I would see is that you cannot treat the sky in the same way you treat the ground, because it is not an object, precisely. It's not something that you can say it is a precise distance from you, and therefore that it changes its. Well, let's say that you partition the ground into squares, for example, like they did in this image that Shane shared. Well, you cannot really do the same thing for the sky, because it is not a set distance from you, or well, it's not an object precisely. So that was the thing that I couldn't really understand about the argument itself. So
Well, yeah, but I mean that serves the point even more if you think about it. The sky is really far away. There's no set distance, but if you were to just say like, okay, the cloud bank, pick a cloud bank that's like 30,000 feet high. It's 30,000 feet away. The ground's 6 feet away. So, the 30,000 feet has to come down a lot more than the 6 feet has to come up, right? And so you're going to see a much greater effect on the stuff below your feet than you're going to see on the stuff above your eyes, or
yeah,
because
I understand what you're referring to. I with that example, it was easier to understand. Well, the cloud bank obviously is going to get compressed less because it's farther away, but still compression itself wouldn't really hide things, at least from my perspective. So
So
that
it's
I would like to.
you can
so
test this on a football field, bro. If you lay on the ground and like put your eyeball like right up against the ground and look out across the field, have your buddy walk to the other goalpost, he will disappear bottom up.
yeah, so agreed. It's the interplay between the objects, and like you said previously, the sky isn't really an object, right? So the only thing that really sets the horizon would be the ground, because the sky has no real actual point in which it meets the ground. We just see a diminishing of the ground into the sky, and we see a zone that's very kind of like hazy between the two, right? Because you get a lot of compression of many different things the further you get away, a compressing of objects into one another. And the interplay of two objects is what gives you the bottom-up obstruction, right? The dissolution or the unresolvability between those two objects at a distance is what gives you the appearance of bottom-up obstruction, when really it's just an apparent obstruction due to many different factors that come into play. But like you say with the sky, think of it this way: if you just watched a balloon, you laid on the ground and you looked up in the sky and you watched a balloon go away from you, it's just going to continue to shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink until eventually it goes away. Now, if you took that same balloon and you ran it across rolled it across the surface of the ground, and you got close to the ground, and you looked at that object as it went further away, the interplay with the bottom of that balloon and the surface in which it's residing upon is where you start to get a appearance of disappearance. You get a ramping up of the ground, which isn't actually taking place in reality. It's just a perspective effect. And you get a coming down of things from the top and a coming in from things on the side. It's actually kind of conical. But the interplay between that object and the surface in which it's residing upon, due to many different factors, gives you the appearance of bottom-up obstruction.
The bottom of the object has to come up further than the top does, so the bottom compresses first. There you go.
Correct, and it's also the closest to that, so the angle between the first millimeter of the balloon and the first millimeter of the ground, those two things are going to have the most acute angle as they go into the distance first, which, as we know, due to angular perspective, limitations, that acute angle is going to lose resolvability and the two will blend.
Yeah. What I wanted to, well, it's better to use the example of literal screens, for example. You probably know, if you have ever played a game, that if something is too far away from you inside of a game, you won't be able to resolve it, because each of the pixels that you have on your screen are so big that many parts of the object itself are located inside of a single pixel. So inside of that pixel in particular, you won't be able to represent each part of the object that literally has a size of 1 pixel by 1 pixel. So it will get all blurry. You won't be able to basically take out any details from the object, but you cannot really say that it has disappeared, but rather that everything about it has merged. Like it will be easier to use an example in Paint, like trying to zoom something and to show it, but I don't understand if I don't understand why it should disappear, because the only thing that occurs is that it is merging with the background. But just because it is merging does not mean that it disappears. I don't know if you understand what I'm going with this argument.
I think it's, I don't know, bro. I just think of it in a way shorter way. Like the bottom of within your perspective, if what you see with your eyeballs is the screen, and you know that everything on the screen, if I go far enough away, has to meet at a line in the middle. If I have an object in the bottom half of the screen, the bottom of that object is going to get hit by the rising line before the top of the object does. That's why the bottom compresses first. That's why you see bottom up obstruction.
Okay, so you're basically saying that the thing that you're trying to distance yourself from, the further you get away from it, the bottom part of it will compress before the top part of it. That's what you're referring to?
Yes, because like compression is happening right from the bottom, like the bottom of your view, to the middle. It starts at the bottom. Imagine like taking a horizontal line and dragging it across the screen from the bottom to the middle, taking another horizontal line, dragging it from the top of the screen from the top to the middle. So there's two lines, and they eventually meet in the middle and compress into infinity as you get farther away. Well, as that bottom line, the compression line, rises towards the middle, it will cross the bottom of the object first before it crosses the top. That's why you see bottom up obstruction.
Yeah, but that happens when you have, for example, let's see if I have the image that Shane shared here. That happens if you have something directly placed on the ground, like buried on the ground. I wouldn't consider that something that is on the ground would experience the same compression that the ground experiences, because it's on top of it. It's not buried inside of it. In the same way, each of these squares, as you can see in the image that Shane shared, are getting smaller, smaller, and smaller with distance. Or, well, they are not getting smaller, but they are being compressed into rectangles, because they are squares. The further away they are from us, they get more compressed. But that's basically my argument. They are on top of the ground, so why do you think that it should experience the exact same compression?
I have something
Everything
that might help
will
with this one.
experience e- everything will experience the compression, bro. Like if you keep going farther away, as it continues to travel, like it'll start to like compress from the bottom. Keep traveling a little bit further away, it'll get compressed more towards the middle of the object. Then keep getting further away, then the whole object it'll get compressed all the way to the top. Keep getting further away, and more stuff above that in your view will keep getting compressed until everything blends into the horizon. So I mean, it's a continuous effect. Everything between point A and B gets compressed eventually. It just has to go far enough away to get there. There's like a gradient it crosses as it travels, starting from the bottom, and the horizontal line rises to the top. So everything will get compressed as that line crosses across it. As that line passes across it, it gets compressed in your vision. So whenever that line passes across the bottom of the object you're trying to look at, that bottom will get compressed, and as the line rises higher, more of the object will get compressed until you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
because you're closer to the ground, right? Your vision is closer to the ground than it is to the sky or to slightly above the ground. So because your angle of resolution is looking towards the ground, that angle is going to make it compress bottom up. But there's another example. It's an old school one. Now, let's just say it's a flat Earth. Just assume it's a flat Earth, and let's say you have a one-story building, right? You have a one-story building. How far away might the one-story building go before you can't see it any longer on a flat Earth? Just guess, like whatever, like 10 miles, very most.
Well,
Want to say 5 miles?
it depends on the weather conditions, because if you are
Sure. It's not about it being accurate for this example. It's just a thought
yeah.
exercise. So let's just say at the very most 5 miles or 10.
Okay. I
Okay,
don't
so
really
10
know.
miles.
I
You got,
would
you got,
say X miles.
let's just say it's 10 miles, right? Like so it's going further and further away, and you can no longer see the one-story building at 10 miles away, right?
Yeah.
Now let's put another one-story building right next to it, right? You can't see that building any longer either, can you? It's just the same exact distance. So now you have two one-story buildings right next to each other. But on the right building, you're going to add 10 stories, right? So now you have a one-story building next to a 10-story building. You can't see the one-story building at all, but you can see the 11-story building, right?
Well, if you are referring to, you're talking about angular resolution in this case, because they are too far away to be
Absolutely.
resolved. Okay.
But you can't
So
see
if
the
we,
bottom. You can't
yeah.
see the one-story building at all, and you can't see the bottom story of the 11-story building, right, or the 12-story building, or whatever it is. If you add 10 stories to it, you're going to see the top of it, right? But you're not going to see the very bottom of it because of your angle of attack, right? The angle that you're looking at it from.
Well, you're probably ain't going to see the 10-story building either, because you haven't expanded like in you hadn't make it more wide. So probably because just because the angle between the top of the building and the lower part of it got bigger, because the building is bigger in this case. You said a 10-story building, right?
Sure, you're just making it taller.
Yeah. If you don't make it wider and it's too far away that you can resolve it, then probably even if you make the building higher, taller, like in the example you provided, you want to be able to resolve it. But let's say for the sake of it that you can resolve it, or well, that you can at least see like it is like a small segment, because it's too far away that you won't be able to resolve anything.
You can make it as wide as you want, right? There's going to be a point at which you can't see the bottom story, right? That one-story building, no matter how wide it is, right? Make it really wide. It's going to go far enough away that you can't see it any longer. And you add 10 stories to that wide building, you're going to be able to see the stories above the one that disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah, think of
So
it in terms of information theory, bro. Like
yeah,
information. Yeah, like
it's
you
getting
have
closely impressed. Yeah.
whatever the angle of view is between like your eye and the ground as you get further away. It's a very small angle. up to the sky is like a very big angle. But that angle, you think of it as like there's that angle is all the information that I have, everything, literally everything that's in front of me, all has to fit within like this angle size of like a pixel space. And so you have a ton of information that's all having to fit into a very small pixel space. So in order to fit it all, what do you have to do? You have to make all of it very, very, very small.
Yeah,
And so when
I
that
understand what
happens,
you're going to, but wouldn't it be better if I share the screen and we use some graphs to refer to the things we are referring to? Because
well,
it's really hard
the
to use
point
words to describe
But the point
geometry.
is, if you zoom in, bro, if you use a zoom optic, you can bring all that stuff into view because the zoom optic, it's still all the information is still coming. You just can't resolve it because it's so small. The zoom optic will actually zoom in onto a portion of that, information that's coming in, and you're able to still look at it because it's still there. So, like on a flat Earth, we still experience optical compression and things converging together from the bottom and from the top. And it still explains adequately the things that we see. Like if you were to model it, if you were to presume, like you said earlier, like, the ground, like the earth is flat, right? You presume that. And then you have to build an optical model of like what everything looks like when you look around you. You would still have to factor in compression because it's like, uh, it's like view across distance with, as you get further away, there's more information within the same pixel space. So it's like it has to shrink.
Can I
Yeah.
ask you a question?
To who? PSO or me?
To whoever was just, I guess, server large. My name's Lucas Ortiz. I'm a Glober. How you guys doing today?
Hi.
So one question I have, like regarding your point, like I understand the idea of an object disappearing as a function of the reduction in angular size. What I'm wondering is, I just recently watched Witsit's debate, and one of the things he mentioned was that it's he claimed it's a straw man to say that you'd be able to see all the way across the flat Earth because of attenuation in the atmosphere. And I'm wondering if anyone's calculated what the maximum sight distance should be for, say, I don't know, like an 11-inch telescope in visible and infrared, assuming the Earth were flat. Like how far should we?
Purely a function of humidity, temperature, and density of the air between you, like you and the direction you're looking. What your elevation is going to determine the barometric influence, and there's you go. There's your equation right there.
Yeah, the air itself also is an insulator that attenuates electromagnetic and, thermal, basically any kind of energy transfer. And then you've got the inverse square law on top of the air, and then you got the humidity and all the stuff that he's just said on top of that. So you have a layered attenuation effect, basically, coming in from 3 different ways. And so there's not like a fixed answer. I guess maybe you're asking like how far would you be able to see in theory if the Earth was flat and like the atmosphere was a vacuum?
No, I mean, I get the atmospheric effects. I'm just saying, like, ballpark figure. Obviously, that might be a bit of a simplification, right? Because it sounds like what you're saying is that, and not to try to like mischaracterize your argument, just if I understand it correctly, that you'd almost have to know the conditions along the entire path, is what you're saying.
Well,
in order
to, we know that we've got sight distance like stuff of, at least 50, 60 miles from not very far above the ground, like within, 6 to 10 feet above the ground. But that's like, way outside of global parameters. 6 feet, like 6 feet above the ground, you should see 3 miles. And there's a physical geometric horizon that is a physical wall that blocks you from seeing because you have stuff in front of you. If we're seeing stuff, 50 plus miles away, regardless of how powerful our zoom telescope is, like that defeats the geometric argument of a globe. I don't know the absolute limit, what it would be. I think that ultimately, if you had a powerful enough, optic, and you had an extremely, extremely clear corridor between you and whatever you were looking at, and you were using something like infrared, where you can see even further anyway, I'm going to say that you could probably see over 100 miles.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just to be transparent, I did a back of the envelope calculation and I got like 210 kilometers, but that was with an 11-inch aperture telescope and assuming average conditions of the atmosphere. So it may not be 100% accurate. I'm just curious because like it would seem to me that, you know, if you can calculate that distance, it would be a really powerful argument for your side to say we do actually observe this, because that would be a prediction of the model, right? Like, is the model that you have predicting those sight distances that you're seeing, or has that ever been done before? Like, just out of curiosity.
Well, you have to think about what the average amount of light energy coming off of everyday objects is. It's all just reflected light, right? At average intensities. So like that average intensity is super low.
Yeah.
You know,
what about like? Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
If you were to get like a extremely powerful, you know, laser beam. Let's say it's not even a laser beam. Let's say it's just an electric beam, like a radio wave or something, right? Or a micro. Let's say a microwave. If you were to get a microwave, which literally shoots a beam, you know, it's very, very small. You just can't see it, but you have imaging technology that can see it. You could see that beam from very far away. I mean, we have, you know, long distance transmission records for, you know, amateur radio associations and stuff that have shot into the above 400 and 500 megahertz, and some even in the gigahertz range, 800, 1200, up to 2,000 miles away. Actually, a little over 2,000, because there's one from like San Francisco or San Diego to Hawaii.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. I wonder, like, when you do that kind of test, how you control for the other variables. I mean, just from, you know, I'm not super versed in this area. I'm not a physicist by any means, but like, my understanding is the lower the wavelength of the signal, the higher the effect of refraction. And then the other argument is that you can bounce it off the atmosphere. So, I mean, obviously, the argument would be that, well, I guess my first question would be, would those sorts of atmospheric effects be impossible in a flat Earth model to make it go further? And the second question would be, how would you know how much refraction would affect the signal as a function of the wavelength?
Yeah, so when they do this, there's not a super precise way to do it. They just try to get like the most clear weather conditions they can. They know what types of weather conditions are most conducive. So it's not like they're doing a mathematical model and calculating exactly how far it'll go. That's not what they do at all. That would to even try to do that would require so much atmospheric weather data and like a supercomputer to crunch it all. They're just literally like, okay, we know that the temperature is going to be cool, and that we know that, you know, it's going to be really clear weather with low humidity. Like, we're going to go out here and do this, and then, you know, they do it and they get like, you know, really good conditions, and that's when they break the records and stuff. But I mean,
Sure.
regularly doing this, they still shoot way further than they should be able to if there's a geometric horizon of a physical barrier, and they point the stuff just in the direction. Like, they're not pointing up at the sky to do a skywave bounce, because that doesn't work at these frequencies. It's like 10, if not 100 times higher than the frequency of the ionosphere, so they can't bounce it. They just shoot it out over the water.
Can someone drop a link to that in the chat? Like, I'm just curious. I actually have not seen anyone present exactly what you've described. So,
You talking about amateur radio and the
yeah, like the setup in terms of like knowing where you're shooting, guessing at good conditions, things of that nature. Like, the only thing that I've heard, just in like, you know, in like the Level documentary, and then in, you know, Whitsitt brought it up in his most recent debate, was like, there was some number of like 10,000 miles or something. There's some famous experiment that was done. And I guess my other question, though, is that,
hold on, just before you go to another question, just before you go, the first question first, right? Let me quantify this for you a little bit geometrically. I just took a quick scan on Google Earth and a quick measurement across, you know, Stockton, California to the Big Island in Hawaii. You're looking at, geometrically speaking, crossing 40 lines of longitude.
Yeah, it's pretty far.
So, right? That's pretty far. So if you were to just take a look at that chord geometrically at a cross section, you know what I mean? There's that kind of global curvature in the way in your model. That's where I'm trying to point it out.
Yeah, I guess my question, and this is just something I haven't seen, so I'm not saying that you're not giving the accurate information or anything. I just haven't personally seen it. Like, to verify that there's no other, like, forgetting like any assumption that the Earth is curved, just like, is there an effect in the flat Earth model that could explain that? Just based on properties of the atmosphere alone. Like, forget the ionosphere, spherical shape. We don't even necessarily have to talk about refraction, but like, is there any other factor that could explain a different trajectory through the atmosphere on that model that you're observing? And like, how would you know?
Well, the vanilla way, they point and shoot when weather's good and they get it, you know. But like the records are the ones that get posted. Like, let's say that the record's 2000, right? Just because on one day that they got lucky and hit 2000 doesn't mean that on other days they're not regularly hitting 12 and 1400. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
Have a look at the main chat there. I just posted a picture on Google Earth. You get the idea, right?
Yeah, definitely. I just want like, I just want to get like a sense of, I guess, let me just say this, that like, to me, like steel manning, because like obviously, I have a certain opinion, but steel manning your side, the strongest evidence that's like most compelling to the average person is falsifying the curvature, right? And so just the only thing that I see consistently would be better measurements of the other factors at play. Like,
could we talk about like actual measurements of dropped over distance?
No, more so just like the exact. So have you seen the Google you provided?
Sorry, I had a phone call that came. Sorry, I cut out. I had a phone call that came in. I just wanted to say, like, if we're talking about just making observations over long distances, you're just talking about an observation, not really a measurement. Now we can take angles to what's happening, but it's just angles to visual effects. Like if you have a mirage, I can take an angle to the top of the second refracted and mirrored image of a boat, but that doesn't mean that that boat's actually there, right? So the question of curvature would have to be an actual measurement of drop over distance, physical measurement of Earth dropping from an established horizontal. Because if we're talking about just what happens off in the distance optically, you can talk about that till you're blue in the face. I think that's literally how they came up with the curvature rate. Is it because the optical apparent bottom-up obstruction, to me, happens on average visually at roughly about 8 inches per mile squared. So take that for what it's worth, right?
Just duck back in the main chat for a sec. I tagged you on the second image there, Morwand. That's more of a cross-sectional look at the curvature you're talking about there. That's why it looks so ludicrous to us, right?
Yeah, fair enough. No, I appreciate that because this is the first time I'm actually seeing this. So maybe that's just me. I haven't really been in these discords or whatever. But
good thing, man. No, it's always good to quantify what people are talking about. Just plug the numbers in when people make assertions like that, and you'll see what's what real quick.
Yeah, fair enough. Is there more stuff? Is that Shane that was just talking?
Yeah, Shane went to go walk his dog.
No, that was Pizzo talking to you for a long time there.
Okay, gotcha. I just don't know who anyone is. Sorry, but yeah, I just saw that Shane dropped a bunch of that data, so I'll take a look at that for sure. Don't want to I've asked a lot of questions. Does anyone else have anything to talk about?
You're good. You can ask as little or as many questions as you would like. You've been and who was it that was speaking earlier?
Greed.
Yeah, both have been super pleasant. So thank you for that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's just be honest here. I don't think the approach of ridicule has really produced good results. I think that there was a big backlash to the way that Dave acted in that debate with Whitsitt, and I don't think that's really the way forward. So personally, I don't know. Did you guys see that bit with Terrence Howard and Eric Weinstein?
Wait, who's Whitsitt?
Austin, Witsit gets it.
Just talking about the debate with Dave, Professor Dave.
Yeah, exactly.
Never heard of this Austin guy.
Sounds far-fetched, to be honest, but let's continue.
Oh,
Anyway,
I see. Okay, I got you.
So I guess my point is, like, I would rather have an informed conversation and like learn what people actually believe. I guess my other question is,
yeah,
can't ask for anything
like,
better.
I guess the question is, and like one of the big things is, everyone's just like, show me your model, and maybe that's a bit unfair because like the argument steelmanning your side would be that, well, they've had however many years, I don't know, since 1543. I don't know what the timeline is, like 200 CE, whatever the case is, to build this other model. But I guess like what work is like being done towards developing a model, and like what would make that go faster?
Well, so there's like, see, I kind of have a slightly different perspective on this. I feel like, to an extent, it's kind of like, how do I put this? I think that the sky, the ground got mapped to be a sphere that wasn't there, specifically because there was this burning need to explain things that couldn't be explained. And so I think the sky has caused a lot of confusion over the years. And I think that like what kind of model do you want would be the question, right? Like, we can give you a kinematic model. We can give you a model that shows the observations as is. And we can, it's literally just it's just cycles in the sky. So we can give you that. But like, do you want us to explain to you what the stars are, what their chemical makeup is, what the medium is, and the reach is too far out? Like, no way. Like, I want to get as far away from making assertions like that as possible. Like, until I have concrete evidence, and I'm all for making observations and making as many observations as we can and learning as much as we can. But yeah, I think. I understand the desire for a model, and I do think it's a good discussion because I wasn't able to even to really wrap my mind around the possibility until I was able to see some of that. But I just also think it's it's a bit of a trap as well.
Sure, and that makes sense. And I think that, to kind of play back what I'm hearing, I mean, the common thread that I'm hearing is just that, there's things that have been like personally easily verified as you see it. And on the other hand, you have a model which seems impossible, not maybe like impossibly complex, but like overly complex. Like, it has all of these things that you can't personally observe or verify, and that seem to go against, again, what I think is the strongest evidence for your side would be, if we falsify the curvature, the whole model can, which is, I think, the point that Witsit was trying to make, the whole model would essentially fall apart, right? So I can see that piece. I guess one thing I'm curious about, as far as this goes, is like, when we talk about like attenuation and distance, obviously the angles are different. And I don't want to strawman your model again, because again, you don't necessarily know what's up in the sky and things of that nature, right? But like, just as an example, when we talk about like vanishing points and reduction in radius as a function of distance. So I live in Colorado. I have a direct line of sight to what used to be called Mount Evans, now called Mount Blue Sky. And I can, obviously at that distance, I can't see a single car on the mountain, right? It's far too far away. If I had a sufficiently strong telescope, maybe I'd be able to increase the angular resolution to bring it back into view. But when I'm sitting on my balcony in the summer and the road's open at night, I can see lights from that distance, and it's about 28 miles. And so I'm just wondering, like, when we talk about like attenuation being the reason that you wouldn't be able to see like a bright light across a flat surface from so far away, what's the difference in the atmosphere between where you'd be observing from to see that light over a flat area versus looking up into the sky to where the stars are? And obviously that's harder to answer because you don't know where the stars are, what they're composed of, how bright they are, or anything of that nature, right? But do you have a sense of like what would?
If we wanted to do it the way the people who made the current model did, we would just go look at whatever the observations are and back match it and say that that's what it would be, and then we'd back calculate it, and tell you what the rate is. But that's what they did, right? That's like why we have the model we have now. So, I mean, like, are you saying a predictive model that we literally just build a bunch of math based on our ideas, but we don't use measurements to back them up, and then we predict it without measurements, and then we go take the measurements and see if they match? I feel like that's the kind of standard people try to hold us to, and it's not realistic and it doesn't make sense. So, and I'm not trying to be like aggressive or anything. I just really want to know like what standard you're holding for this prediction.
Right. No, I'm just curious. Like, I don't know the answer, right? Like if we presume that because the heliocentric answer, which is maybe different from the geocentric answer, like we've had multiple models throughout history, right? And early on in history, the flat Earth model was dominant, right? We could all agree for countless thousands of years, people thought that the Earth was flat. You can look up at
They never talked about the mechanics that people had for it back then, because they had working mechanics that they believed in. They even built computers using them, but no one today alive will be able to teach you what the old world mechanics were for their flat Earth model. Why is that? Where did that information go?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite get that.
Here's the information today that I can find about like the specifics of the mechanics of the old world flat Earth model, because they definitely had,
for example, or like the Sumerians, or
all of them, bro. Look up things like the Antikythera mechanism. They built computers that perfectly mapped what happened in the sky onto a flat plane.
Yeah, but the I can't pronounce that right now. You know what I'm talking about. That mechanism, when was that, like, when do we think that's from?
Oh man, what is the year on that?
The Antikytherian mechanism? Shane, you know quite a little bit about the old Antikytherian mechanism, don't you?
Yeah, not when it was from, though. Just on the exact increment being specifically tied to the lunar cycle, 18 years, 10 months, 11 days, 8 hours, so that it proceeds through equanimity across the equinox in a 651-year grand procession of the cycle. But where did the Romans have it? When was the earliest time they figured it out? I don't know.
I was reading something that said that it was from timed around ancient Greece.
Because like that I know is that, I just go off of Ptolemy in 200 CE. And so I just want to also say that, like, I didn't know any of this stuff until about 3 weeks ago. And I'm like a professional scientist. So honestly, I've, been through a bunch to like learn a lot of the stuff that I don't remember when I learned the shape of the Earth, but nobody ever scientifically demonstrated it to me that I can recall. Just there.
I'll say this, since you're kind of new to this thing. It's easy to make fun of people, but I can wholeheartedly guarantee you that I am in no way retarded.
You don't sound like it.
Well, that's very reassuring. I was kind of like not sure, and then I heard you say that. Now I'm super convinced.
On the other hand, though, I do. So, like, one of them is lying.
All retards have to take an oath that they can't say they're not retarded.
We're in a retard society.
No, it sounds silly, right? But it needs to be said, because that's how they like to try and paint us, and it's crazy and it's so dishonest, because like anytime they actually listen to any real content, then they're like, oh my gosh, these people don't sound stupid at all. Actually, like what's going on? I thought they were going to be some weirdos like out chanting in the woods, and they're like all sciencey and stuff. I'm uncomfortable now.
Yeah, but Whitson hammered that away. He went out and did the tour, and showed the whole world. He's like, "Oh, you think flat Earth is stupid? Come debate me." And then after like 50 of those, they got little hats that say that they don't want to talk to Whitson anymore, and he's retired now. So,
Yeah, Whitson certainly is a good debater. Like, I may disagree with him on a lot of topics, but he's a very good debater. Like,
but I think that biggest change was, hey, flat earthers are not retarded, as Piezo so eloquently put, and he assured you with his, gratuitous genuineness. But I think that's already been proven, I think, with all the debates. That so much so that they're making statements like, look, flat earth is stupid and archaic, but like a couple of them have gotten really good at arguing it. So like we have to deal with this now. That's how they phrase it, right? So
right. And I think the other thing too is like if people want to know about it, I think the other thing that probably gets a lot of people is like, if there's no truth to this whatsoever, why does YouTube put that banner on every single video? I mean, is that
Yeah,
Isn't
man,
that
I like the way you're
peculiar?
thinking.
Yeah, like it's a fair
You sound like
question.
you sound like a very critical thinker. You should be careful around us flat earthers.
You
Yeah, they don't do
should
that.
think of that little disclaimer as a badge of honor.
You're gonna point there for things you should look into.
I don't necessarily that helps, but it's like I was curious because I looked at the trends, and it looks like, I mean, I ran the Google trends. I looked at like the major channels, and it looks like the views are down, I don't know, 80+% from 2018 at the peak.
You
And
guys
so I
remember
just
the Google Trends wipe?
actually this viz on like, you know, the movement, like where it's going, like how that differs from the official narrative, things of that nature.
So you depend on Google for information?
Yes.
You might want to look at that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do you know the manipulation of the data that Google does when, you know, people utilize their search engines and their APIs?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of it, but it would take a long time to talk about, and I don't want us to get off the main topic. Just rest assured, like, it's not an unbiased information source.
I don't
But
think it is.
also, there was a giant purge back in, what was it? It was during Obama, right? Or was it during, no, it was after that. It was like 2017, 2018, right? When
That's
the
right.
purge happened.
If you look at the curve, like I could post the data, like basically the biggest one that you see the biggest drop in is flat earth proof. If you look at that phrase, it's fallen about 92% from the peak in 2018, according to Google's numbers anyway.
You know, YouTube sat in front of Congress and told them that they were going to be shadow banning the content, right?
Yeah, no,
I've
seen it personally. Like, if I try to look up flat Earth content, it doesn't show up. But it doesn't matter which side it's on.
You gotta be really, you have to be pretty dumb to not see that one. I mean, like, you have to be willingly looking away to not acknowledge it, in my opinion.
It's like at the height of the pandemic, if you were asking Google, "Are vaccines safe?" and then stopping at page 1. Right?
Fair enough.
It's like,
yeah. But like, just to give you a sense, like I've given it a fair try. Like I'm trying to look into the content and like give you guys the fairest argument. Just to be transparent, I've also been kind of a dick and done a fair bit of trolling, but like, try not to do that either, I guess. But I'll just be honest with you guys.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
My comments not very nice, so I'm trying.
Your what's not very nice?
Huh?
It's not very nice.
Oh, I've just said some mean comments.
Oh, you're one of those timeline bandits who come in and you're like, "I'm super nice," but then you're like, "Stupid fire fucking retards," or whatever.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I have a quick question for. I have a quick question for Mordvan. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, was someone
Can you
talking?
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. He can hear you too. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It looks like I'm new to this. I have to keep my hand on the microphone icon. That's so weird. Anyways, Mordvan, I wanted to ask you a question for which I want a really, really honest answer. Do you feel any motion at all? Like, spinning, orbiting?
Of course not.
So why do you think you don't feel anything? Because, okay, look here. So if we're, spinning on our axis, and you know all the speeds, right? I don't have to tell you all the velocities. So we're spinning on our axis, we're orbiting the sun is orbiting the Milky Way galaxy, and we're traveling with the sun on that orbit also, et cetera, et cetera. But we don't feel anything. So obviously our bodies are accustomed to that, all those incredible velocities, and we feel completely 100% stationary, correct? So my question is, if all that motion is not in any way deleterious to our health, like it's not affecting us in any way, and in fact we feel stationary. So I wonder why nature made it so that we can't feel any motion at all, because obviously it's not hurting us or harming us, the motion. So why not let us feel it? Like, I've never understood that part of it.
Ghost motion. Yeah, that's from you. It's from God to you. Sorry.
So I would just say like one thing, and I don't know if you guys have read the stuff from the ancient Greeks, but like I did for the first time recently, and it's, I mean, at the end of the day, it's what's reported. We don't have the original documents. We have what was from the Islamic world, right? And probably the oldest surviving copy of Almagest is probably from like 1200 CE at most, maybe even later. So do with that what you will. But like that was actually one of the major arguments against the heliocentric theory, because there was a lot of debate in the Greek times about whether the sun orbited the Earth or the sun, went around the Earth, or what the cosmology was, because they didn't know. And one of the things that they said was, and like one of the major arguments that they had, like you can look this up, at least as it's reported, is they thought it was ridiculous that the Earth could be going around the sun because it would create like a constant gale force wind. And so that was one of the major reasons that a geocentric theory, like the Ptolemaic model of the crystal spheres of the heavens and, the motion of, if you haven't read that Almagest, I really recommend reading it. It's pretty incredible stuff. But like, to your question, like, I guess it's an interesting question. And I guess it gets to theology too, and like how that relates to cosmology, because like I guess it's whether you think that life evolved or life was created. And not to straw man the other side, but the expectation I would have is that most people that believe in flat Earth believe that there was some degree of divine intervention, whatever that force was, to create humans in a certain way. From the evolutionary side, which is the side that I subscribe to, the argument would be that there's not an evolutionary advantage, and there's probably actually an evolutionary disadvantage to perceiving that motion, because of the fact that if our senses were that accurate to the point where they could pick up the 15 degree per hour drift, the meme, of course,
the ether wind,
all amount of motion, like the evolutionary side would say that that's would actually disadvantage you, because it would interfere with your ability to perceive other motions in the world. But I don't know if there's a species that has been identified that birds or something, like birds have the ability to sense magnetic fields, for example. I don't know if there's another species that had an advantage there. So does that answer your question? I know I kind of said a lot, but like, I guess it really depends if you think we were created or intelligently designed, or if evolution is a random process according to, the laws of evolutionary biology as have been established.
You're totally right. It's funny. I'm actually agreeing with you on this. That is totally what determines it. The Copernican principle is what the heliocentric model is built upon. That it's literally a philosophical bias starting out before you ever do any theorizing to begin with, and basing your theorizing upon that and building a model around it.
Right. I mean, Copernicus didn't have telescopes, right? So Brahe, I mean, let me say it this way. Like, if I went back in time and I met Ptolemy and I didn't have a telescope and I didn't have a Ling Razor gyroscope and all this other crazy stuff, he would whoop me. He would think I was a total idiot and basically just completely school me and be like, no, you're completely wrong. The Earth is the center. The heavens rotate around the Earth. Yeah.
What do you think ring laser gyroscopes demonstrate?
Yeah, that's an interesting assertion.
So
interferometry probably poops on your model harder than anything else in the world. Like it's bad, dude. It's real bad.
So, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite get the full statement.
I said interferometry takes a fat dump on the chest of the globe model.
An expression, dude.
In what way?
In every way, every conceivable measurement ever been taken, every paper ever published, everything since the late 1800s, since after Michelson Morley, every interferometry measurement ever conclusively measured measurement in concordance with an ether wind, with periodicity with the with the sun, that escalates and goes into a higher velocity at the same latitude at different elevation, corroborated over and over again.
Also the fact it doesn't detect it moving, that too.
Does it detect it moving, like in a philosophical way?
Yeah.
Or
No. Like Earth is supposedly moving 30 kilometers a second around the sun in centripetal motion. That's a constant acceleration direction change.
Right, according to Kepler's in the elliptical orbit, right? So
Yeah, I mean, so you would detect that, and then they didn't detect it. But what they said was they detected a null result, which would mean like they didn't detect anything. They actually detected like around 8 kilometers a second, and you know that's
5 to
nowhere near
6.
70 kilometers a second, but it's well above outside of the error margin because the error margin was like plus or minus 1 kilometer a second. It's over here at 8. So they literally just hand waved that and wrote it off as a null result. And it's
well,
like that propagated to this day, but if you just read the paper, it's in there.
I haven't actually read the original paper, so if anyone has it, can drop it in the chat. I appreciate it because I actually haven't read that.
Hey,
But
can
like
I change it to
the SAG,
a practical question rather than a technical one?
are you asking me?
Whoever in the discussion, I don't want to change. I know we're geeking out, but for me, I'm a practical guy, right? So I want to fly, let's say from San Diego, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Okay.
Mhm.
And when I go to book a flight and I actually want to put money in to get the flight, I end up going through LA. And if you choose, they have other options when you look at the flight. There are direct flights that are much cheaper through an airline called Qantas and an airline called what is it, Lat AM. Okay. But whenever you go to try to book those seats, there are never seats available. I've looked many times. But if you want to actually book where you can actually put in credit card information and actually book seats, you go through, the times I've checked, you either go through LA or you go through somewhere in Texas. I forget. I haven't looked for a while. But my question is, why would they be flying that far north to go south? But if I
Well, I
look
guess
at like, oh, go ahead.
yeah. I mean, I'd give you the answer that I've heard before, which is that it's a purely economic reason. When you look at the relative population of the North and South Hemisphere, whatever it is, like 90% of the world's population. Of course, I haven't individually verified the map myself, right? 90% of the world's population resides in the Northern Hemisphere.
I mean,
So
that's a plausible solution. But if you look at like the map that pilots use, the Gleason map, you actually fly right over LA or right off just a little bit to go to Texas. So you're drawing a straight line, which would be the most economical. But if you look at the globe, the Qantas or the Latin AM would be much better flights to take, right? But I can never find seats. There are never seats. I don't care what date I've looked. And if somebody can find seats that you can actually book and put credit card information in, that would be great because I've never seen that. It wouldn't be conclusive, but so it's a practical sense. And then
sure,
there's a book out called 16 Emergency Flights, I believe, where they had to land
Ooh,
quickly.
yeah. All those
Because
flights work on a globe just
You
fine.
didn't know he was
somebody's
doing that?
Yeah.
Dude, I was gonna let him get out and then branch it
Nah.
into the segue to next week.
Yeah, I can't. I got it. It's like watching a train fucking wreck into a person or whatever. Yeah, that book's DS. All those flights work on a globe just fine. The guy that made it misrepresented the globe, and Bruhiff's actually going to do a presentation on Tuesday fully correcting that.
Well, good on you for.
Yeah. So I looked at my daughter's flights. They just flew from the U.S. to Italy, and I forget now. I was mapping it out, and it seemed like they were going. I can't remember right now because I wasn't trying to prove it to anybody. I was just curious. It seemed like they were going a roundabout way on the globe, but it was a straight line if you drew it direct on the Gleason map.
Sure.
So
I mean,
and that's anecdotal stuff. I'm not trying to prove.
Yeah.
I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think a great video that I haven't seen, and I haven't been in this space that long, would be documenting attempt. Obviously, I don't know how much that Qantas flight is. It's not easy to drop whatever it is, $1,500 or whatever, $1,800 or whatever they would charge for it. But I would be curious to see that documented because I haven't seen that personally.
Yeah, I've never seen seats available even so I could drop it. And I'm not saying they're not, but I've looked at dates. This is all personal, anecdotal. I realize that.
Understood. So I guess let me ask you guys a more historical question. So the narrative that, as I understand it, which, you know, all of history is narratives, right? We construct what we believe the story is on the basis of the evidence that we have available, but there's not a predictive science of history, although I don't know if you guys have heard of Peter Turchin and cryodynamics. You'd probably find that very interesting. But especially if you know about like foundation, like it's trying to apply predictive modeling to the field of history. But at the end of the day, history is a constructed narrative from the available evidence, our interpretation of the evidence, and critically as well, the interpretation of people at the time and their later on, often, of the evidence. So I'm wondering, to what extent do you believe or don't believe in the narrative that the globe was essentially an established fact in the Greek world, and it spread from there, you know, as the Roman Empire expanded, as the Catholic Church expanded, the Catholic Church being the primary force for science in the Middle Ages. And the last holdout was China in whatever it was when the Jesuits arrived, or whatever the case was. I forgot who the first missionaries to arrive were. To what extent do you believe that narrative?
Yeah.
And have you read what's at least purported to be the original sources for, say, Ptolemy's model? Because I have, and that's actually like the best. Like that was my first actual like experience of learning this stuff myself. So I'm just curious what you guys think.
I mean, just personally, I think the stories they have information, right? And the characters that they have to relay the story have a purpose, but the people that they write in the history that have the characters to have the story to tell a purpose, I think that they could easily not have existed and have that purpose be served. Like, say, Eratosthenes, right? The origin and genesis of all sphericity, the wonderful dude who realized that by looking at directly and measuring the sun, we could always determine the shape of the earth, and we can accurately deduce the circumference of the thing beneath our feet by looking at the sun, taking an angle, assuming parallel light rays, doing some basic math of a 7.2 degree difference, dividing it by 360, multiplying it by 40,000 or 800 rather, to get 40,000, to be like, oh, look, this is the definite circumference of the circular thing beneath our feet. But all you did was measure accurately the limits of the sun. And if you even go to the Gleason's map and look at Alexandria and plot a circle of 3959 radius around that observer, it exactly matches the limits of the sun on an annual basis as it processes from each tropic. But is that person really real? I don't think so. I think that the globe probably came around right about 1890 to 1900, where all the history changed, where there's a big blur in the history, where everything, they have like 1900 empty cities, mud flood, Tartaria, all that stuff is right around that ghostly vagary time. And right above there is where they started saying that actually it's always been a sphere. We've always known. All the books that we don't have proof of that we exist in Wikipedia prove that it's always been a sphere. And then the whole thing about the longitude history, which is a nice release of information that was encompassing from 1700 to 1723, came from the Royal Society in one digitized archive dump that it released to one museum that was in one Royal Society archive, a proponent that came out of one Winrod dump that literally was released to the internet and gives the entire history of the chronometer and the dude who invented it, and the story of longitude, the board of longitude, how they elected themselves, gave themselves power, and then set people down on the south to mark the southern extremities by looking at the stars down there to get the whole map, to get the grid line, to deduce the longitude that wasn't necessary to sail around the world to create the globe in the 1900s. But that's just me.
Okay, fair enough. Appreciate your response. Anyone else want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, to further back up what he said, there's a book called His Pronouncement written by C.S. Callamore, who goes over the history of circumnavigation, and what they say is, proof of the globe. And this is in the 1920s, and he's talking to the average everyday person, and they don't have any strong feelings about globe or flat. Nobody can make a good argument for it. All they say is that, men of learning are putting forward globular theory. Nobody has a good argument for it. And then he goes over circumnavigation and the stories that they say are mutually exclusive to a globe. And he shows that, it's just east-west circumnavigation. It's done that, billions of times over history. And it's it's not mutually exclusive to a globe. You can do that on a flat Earth.
Okay,
So-
fair enough. I haven't read so.
Not to mention,
He also gets into
First-
the history of like the map corrections that they were making, and like the British Navy was losing a bunch of ships and whatnot. They were going to court-martial some dude because he, wrecked his ship, and then what it turned out to be was because they were adjusting all the maps that they were using to make them conform to globularity. Like that was the issue, and they ended up dropping all the charges and stuff. The whole book has a bunch of citations and stuff through it. Like as you read it, it'll cite stuff out specifically. So if you want to check that out, I can make that PDF available for you. It's a really nice, like straightforward read.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm legitimately interested in like learning the like your guys' side of the argument. So
yeah, there's also that.
Yo, everything Shane said.
There's
So
also.
you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Dude, the books of Captain Cook and those voyages, the crazy ones, like super far south, like towards Antarctica, man. How many miles did they traverse in order to finally get back to where they needed to go? They were lost for how long?
A ton of time. I mean,
It's
it's
like
66,000, something like 3 years.
Yeah.
So can I ask you a related question? I guess it
You
kind of
had a
comes.
boss of a boat to do that, but yeah, go ahead.
So it comes down to, I guess, like this idea of like authority figures, right? And the argument that the Globers would make, like, here's the thing: the vast majority of people on this earth, whatever you want to say the shape is, do not give a fuck one way or the other about the shape of the earth. It doesn't affect them in any meaningful way, I don't think. So there's like a subset of people that actually care about this issue, and perhaps 5% of the population on either side. Like for the globe side of that, whatever 5% that's like actively engaged in this community or whatever it is, maybe it's less than that even. But like, I'm wondering, like, because the argument they would make is that, essentially you rely on, experts in your community to make these arguments. And then they point to people like, Bob Nodell or Jaron, who showed a certain thing. And it's kind of like discrediting the entire movement, so to speak. And so I wonder, like, and then, obviously, like, I've seen Witsit debate, I've seen his content. I've seen a ton of videos on this, like at this point, probably, I don't know, in the hundreds of hours, realistically.
Do you find him convincing, by the way?
Who, Witsit?
Yeah.
So I disagree with him, but I think that he's a very good debater, honestly.
So convincing, but you just don't want to conclude what he convinces.
I like the way Pizio said it better, but you guys said the same thing.
I mean,
There are good debaters that are not necessarily someone that you would agree with. For example, I think that Destiny, for example, is incredibly morally bankrupt, but I think that he's good debating in general. So
yeah,
Well, the thing is that if he's right, in our eyes, the reason that he's a good debater is because he's right. But if you found out he's right, then it wouldn't just really necessarily be about being a good debater, though. It would be like, that's what makes the debate actually convincing, right? Because there's some points that actually make sense, right? It's not just about like some kind of trick that he's pulling. He's not tricking you into thinking that he might be right.
Destiny's objectively a terrible debater.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm supposed to be debating him, actually.
In comparison to a normal person, he's considerably better because I've seen most of his debates, and I don't know if he willingly chooses people who are very dumb, but in most occasions, either it could also be the editor that he has. He ends up being portrayed as, well, by many people who watch the debate, as the one who won. Even though he's very wrong, you're right. If you take, for example, as a standard, someone that really knows about the stuff they are talking about, they are going to completely destroy Destiny because he's really ignorant in some subjects. But in comparison to the normal layman, I think he is superior. But that doesn't mean he's right.
No, I'm just saying that he's not good at debating. I'm saying that he obfuscates and uses lots of fallacies. Right? Like, did you watch him debate Fuentes?
Austin, how you doing?
Pretty good.
And he gets text messages every 5 seconds as well.
He
from his
literally
team of
stares at his
researchers.
phone while he debates and gets
Yeah.
destroyed by anyone that's on camera.
He has a whole team. He has a whole team feeding him
Yeah.
information. And he still loses debate.
By the way, I just looked up. I looked at
He's a
this
terrible
flight while I
debater.
was
He just
listening
speaks
to you
quickly
guys.
and uses
I just went to
self-restraint.
Qantas and looked at the flights while I was talking to you guys. So from Santiago to Sydney, it was 12 hours and 40 minutes. And then from the other way, it was 18 hours. So I've said many times, I'm like, some of the flights are like over 4 hours longer, and everyone calls me a liar. Like I just went and did it and screen recorded it. One way is 6 hours longer than the other. What's up with that?
I mean, why would it be 6 hours longer than the other side?
Yeah, if they're going the same distance and the plane flies the same speed, why is it taking 6 hours longer one way than the other?
Why are you assuming the plane travels the same speed?
It's the same plane.
How do you know what's happening in the atmosphere?
Oh, so you're saying that there's something happening in the atmosphere that makes the plane get there 6 hours later or sooner?
Why is
Welcome to
that?
Flat Earth. That's what we say. That's what we say. That's what we say. They have to catch a jet stream, and people act like we're crazy. And
I mean, I haven't seen the numbers that you're presenting. Not
I'll
calling
drop
you
the
a
screen
liar.
recording, so we just cut the
First
chase
of all,
there.
Austin, say something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So, you had said in your review of Dave's debate that Globers are always anonymous. So I just wanted to introduce myself.
Are you about to tell me your identity?
Yeah. My name's Lucas Ortiz. You can find me on LinkedIn.
Nice. Oh, respect.
Like, trying to just be transparent.
My name's not really Shane. I'm actually hiding. So.
You said you were a professional scientist. Are you trying to come on in the field?
So I'm working on my PhD in applied mathematics. I'm a scientist in the sense that I do data science. So that might not make me a scientist in the purest sense, but I've worked in labs before. I worked in a proteomics lab in high school. I did computational biology. I've done computer vision, a variety of different stuff. So I don't know. Does that make me a scientist? Yeah, I guess you decide.
I heard a lot of science terminology, so I'll go ahead and give it to you. I'm not going to stand in your way.
Fair enough.
Yo, guys, MDD is trying to get me to debate Destiny on is Biden good for America?
What the frick? Are they going to pay you or what?
Tell James that other flat earthers exist and that you're going to go on a boycott until other people go on.
Dude, I almost want to take the debate, bro. He's going to defend that Biden's good for America. Like,
all their super chat are belong to you.
All right. Challenge to the chat. Steel man that Biden's good for America.
I can't do it. I can't do it. He can't even speak.
We deserve it.
It's because he was going to get the job done.
I have to like just start lying to Stillman. I have to just blatantly lie. I can't even think about it.
I'm going to vote for Biden, and I can steel man Trump if you'd like.
Did you gaslight your own soul hard for us?
Just Stillman Biden for us, man.
So Biden is that he is a mediocre president that is going to go down in history as being not notable, and has had some poor foreign policy decisions, some poor economic decisions, especially as it relates to his policies on the Fed and inflation. And none of that is positive. But when you look at the vast majority of presidents, I bet that most people, myself included, could not name more than 15. So the vast majority of presidents are quite unnotable. So my steel man of Biden is essentially the worst thing for me was the Afghanistan withdrawal. But in terms of my day-to-day life, I'm privileged. I have a high-paying job. It doesn't really affect me. So
Biden's good for
His
America.
60-odd executive orders don't affect you?
Doesn't affect you. Like, the dude looks like an incompetent, bumbling idiot with Alzheimer's and schizophrenia, and he makes us the laughing stock of the world. Literally,
Yeah, but
like if Biden was to say, "Hey, don't do this," can you name one country that's going to take it seriously?
sure, he's the commander in chief of the main contributor to NATO.
Nah, didn't he defecate when he shook the Pope's hand and then gave him a baseball card and said that Negro plays a mean game of baseball? Like, dude, nobody cares about.
Wait, doesn't this guy literally read the bro? Have you guys seen where he reads the what's it called? What you read off of it, and he's like literally reads it. He's like
exit stage left or whatever.
He's like repeat phrase. He's like repeat quote. He's like end of quote. He just says,
sit down now. Your pudding is coming. Whatever.
Kamala Harris. He called Kamala Harris Trump today.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
that was beautiful.
My point is, like, you probably couldn't say the 15 other presidents that are historically going to go down exactly as he did.
Yeah,
and that's my point.
I mean, like, there's a thing of like obscurity and just like notoriously incompetent. Like, I couldn't think of another president that literally couldn't speak. Like, can you think of, like, he will be remembered forever.
Dude can't ride a
president
bike.
That's
I don't know.
He literally was in a presidential debate slurring incoherent babble.
Right.
That actually happened.
I don't disagree with that at all. Like, every
He repeatedly
He will be
falls
remembered.
upstairs.
Actual word salad.
Biden at some point said skibidi. Really.
Talk about word salad.
Skibidi.
All right, Austin, can I just say something real quick?
True Leonardo Donald pressure.
So, quick question. One thing I just wanted to say first. I don't know if your wife has given birth yet, but super happy for you. I'm sure you're a great dad. You have a beautiful family. So I just wanted to say that, like, from my heart, positively, because obviously you get a lot of hate, and I just hope the best for you in that regard.
No, thank you, man. Yeah, she gave birth on the 7th.
Oh, sick. And I know, like, a lot of people are giving you a lot of flack for the final experiment thing, but, like, your family comes first, right? Like, at the end of the day. Which, I don't think that's fair to you. So I did just want to say that. The other thing I wanted to ask is, do you feel like, so obviously, like, just to give you a sense, like, I watched the original debate with that awful freaking mod with you and Dave. And then I watched your review of the debate. And I'm wondering, like, with the word salad piece in particular, it seems like that's used a lot on the, like, these people who basically it's their job to debate flat earthers for whatever reason. That's what they've chosen. So, like, do you feel like there was any validity at all to any of that criticism? Or do you think it's just a way to try to, like, silence you, essentially?
No, I don't. Like, the more accurate criticism of me could be that I speak too fast and use too technical of terms at times. Like, that would be the accurate criticism. That isn't word salad. But there's a very specific reason that happens. It's because every time I try to talk like this and I try to keep it simple and slow so that everyone can follow me, I get disrespectfully stepped all over and incessantly interrupted. So then it gets to where I have to just be like, anisotropic distribution of energy. Because if I don't say that, then I will never get that point out. It's like they trap me to have to speak quickly and over people's heads so they can then say that. But it's not like it's that calculated, but that's the sequence of events,
That's the chess moves that lead to the end result that you see.
See, that's not, I mean, I don't even think they do. I'm saying it's not calculated. Like, the reason they say word salad is because they actually have a disadvantage.
They don't understand it.
One of the few disadvantages they have is that they have to, like, a flat earther can't be right about anything. Like, if a flat earther teaches them something, it's like unacceptable, right? Because the whole sales pitch is that flat earth is so laughably stupid that, like, they're wrong about everything. So if you say something that they're unfamiliar with, like, they're in a very tricky situation. So to save face, they have to dismiss it, right? So, like, that's why they do that. What did Professor Dave look like being like, wait, what is anisotropic? What does that mean? And, like, he explaining it to, like, he can't do that to a flat earther, thing. So.
And there was that really funny moment where, I looked up your quote from Purdue, and it literally was a direct quote from Purdue, and he said that it was word salad.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's crazy.
you
I
know,
mean, another part that's really, really bad about that debate for him is that
if
he
I
was
may,
saying that if you looked at something rotating from the opposite direction, it wouldn't look like it's going the opposite way. And dude, I tried to help him and say, dude, your better argument is why does it look like it's going
Circumpolar
around a
stars.
point? Yes. I'm like, that's your argument.
You
And
gave
he's
him a
like, no.
platter. He was
He's
like,
like,
"No, I
he's
want the
like,
fork," and I'm
no,
just feeling it.
he's like, no, that's not my argument. I'm like,
so
okay.
on that point, like, because I've done the math on this one, and just like, you know, my credentials, ultimately, like, what matters is the strength of our argument, the evidence. Like, my credentials shouldn't necessarily factor into it, but I do have a master's in applied math. So I only say that because, like, when it comes to math, I am, you know, not just somebody off the street. So if you look at, I guess the question I have on that point specifically, that I haven't gotten a good answer for yet, is do you dispute that rotation occurs, like the observed star trails? So, like, I can post a link from my computer, but, like, when you're in the southern hemisphere, no matter which way you look, the evidence is that, or at least what I've been shown, I haven't actually been to the southern hemisphere, admittedly, is that the observed direction of rotation is opposite the
north. So
north.
this is what actually happens. If you're in the north and you look north, you see the stars move counterclockwise. And if while you're in the north, you turn around and look south, you see them go clockwise. And when you go to the south, if you look north, you'll see them go counterclockwise from the south, right, the southern hemisphere. And then when you turn south, you'll see them go clockwise. They go opposite directions from both hemispheres. So no, I don't dispute that. I don't dispute that because it's just observable in my backyard. I've done star trails, and that's what's expected. That's what's expected, and that's what I was trying when he was like, "What about the clock on the ceiling?" And they're all still repeating that, which just goes to show you that, humbly, there's a huge intellectual gap in this conversation. If flat earthers are wrong, they're still smarter, generally speaking, or at least they have a better grasp of some of the basics here because. Like, that's just a fact that a little bitty clock on the ceiling isn't analogous because it would have to be like the world's biggest clock.
Show that
when you looked out at it, it looked like it was so big that it looked like it was going down due to perspective. You know what I'm
saying? So yeah, fair enough. But, like, I've done the math. Like, I don't have the full write-up, but, like, when you define, I don't want to get too technical, but, like, you define the axis of rotation based on the right-hand rule. So are you familiar with, like, how that works?
That's related to vectors.
Yeah. So
I'm not familiar how the right-hand rule works.
With regards to rotation, just asking. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So pointing up at the ceiling, your fingers curl in the direction of rotation. That defines an axis parallel to the walls of the room and perpendicular to the floor. The rotation always goes in a single direction around that fixed point. That's math. The argument would be there's no way you can move that moves you to the antipodal position of the rotational axis without having the ability to move in space.
Okay. So it's very simple. In the globe, we're going antipodal, basically, not even all the way, and that's why we're seeing a different rotation. And the argument from our perspective is that it is perspective. That the reason they look like they're so it isn't analogous to what you're invoking is like actual positioning. You're applying right-hand rule to actual position, and our entire argument is that we're not seeing actual position.
But what perspective change can change the axis of rotation? Like, I don't see how. So, like, when you mathematically map it out, so you're invoking perspective as the explanation, which, okay, fair enough. So the idea would be that objects drop due to perspective. Is that how perspective plays into it?
Yeah, they do, right? Like, if I take something and start spinning it, and then I start moving it away from me in the distance, it's going to go far enough away where it's going to look like it's going down. Like, as that thing moves away from me, the axis of rotation is changing. Now, the actual axis of rotation is not
But I don't think that
visual
that's
perception. It is. It like think, dude, when you see a plane fly towards you, it looks like it's going up. And then when it
sure.
flies over your head and goes away, it looks like it's going down. Now just start spinning the plane. What's gonna
That,
happen?
so you're looking. So essentially, when you're on a so define our coordinate system, right? On a flat plane, you have left right, which is like east west movement, right? You have up down, north south movement. You have zenith angle inclination. You have azimuthal angle inclination. How do you reach the antipodal position of the rotation axis with a combination of those moves with perspective? I don't see how that works.
You have yet to invoke curved visual space.
No, I'm saying that on a flat Earth, it's mathematically impossible to move to the antipodal position.
You have yet to invoke the dynamics or frankly the kinematics of curved visual space. You're thinking strictly in Euclidean terms, and that's the problem.
So just explain how that affects things, because I physically don't see it.
You need some fluency to go back and see a couple of Witsits videos actually on what is called the grid, the azimuthal grid of vision, and it is literally about your personal sphere and how curved visual space affects everything that you see.
Yeah, it causes like exponential hyperbolic convergence.
So
it's actually provably how optics works. So much so that they've had to update learning programs for robotics.
So you're claiming that as a function of the azimuthal grid and a combination of that and perspective, that transforms the rotation from counterclockwise to clockwise. Am I understanding that right?
The actual position, like the perceived location of the rotations, is affected by that, but simply based on which direction you're observing from changes the clockwise and counterclockwise direction. So like, all stars move east to west.
Sure.
And the clockwise and counterclockwise is relative to which direction you are looking. And that's why it is. So if I draw a circle on a window, right, the person inside the house is going to see me drawing the circle one way. And if I just keep drawing the circle, the person on the outside of the house is going to see that same circle that's being drawn the same way, going the opposite direction.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. So then we know for a fact that based on which direction you look, you'll see opposing directions.
Austin, that actually proves my point, because what you've done is you've moved to the antipodal position of the axis of rotation by changing your coordinate system from one side of the window to the other. That proves
no, check this. If I take that window and I tilt it slightly at an angle and I move it up above me, what's going to happen if it's still tilted at an angle? Because if I then go towards the other side, what happens? If I start going to the other side? The reason that the window's not perfectly analogous is because as I move around, the perceived angle of the window doesn't change. It's because it isn't nearly big enough, isn't nearly far enough away.
The thing. I mean, maybe I'm not understanding your model, but like
you're missing the crepuscular aspect of it. That's what you need to integrate in.
I don't see how that changes anything, because
you don't understand the effect.
Your model as I understand it, and then correct my understanding if I'm wrong. Can we do that? Because I might not understand your model correctly. So my understanding would be there's a sidereal rotation. Nobody disputes that. That moves from east to west, correct?
Yep.
So on a globe model, that's explained by the physical rotation of the globe. What is it explained by on the dome model? And I don't mean to...
There's just the sky rotates. There's just a rotation in the sky.
Right. So
and what it's caused by is debatable. But I mean, most people in this room would say that there's an ether drift that's been measured with interferometry to change it with relation to elevation and solar motion, which directly refutes that it's the Earth moving.
So standing at the North Pole, which we agree exists, correct?
Yeah, you can't do that, but sure.
Okay, why not?
Because you just literally can't do that. You can't even fly commercially within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole.
Okay. So where can we go to? What's the furthest north point? Svalbard, Greenland, Pereland?
So somewhere in Greenland, yeah.
So let's say we're in Svalbard. Anyone can go there, visa free. That's at, I want to say that's at 79 north, but check me on that because I could be wrong. You look straight up at towards the northern celestial pole.
You're not going to be looking straight up. But yeah, you're not actually going to be looking straight up, right? So
Why not?
because you're not at 90 degrees, bro. It's not at your zenith.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you're looking towards the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole. So we all agree, in that case, if I was to set up a camera facing towards the North Celestial Pole, the stars are going to rotate counterclockwise.
Yep.
Because of the sidereal east to west rotation.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I've done it like 20 times.
Have you done it in the southern hemisphere?
I have never been to the southern hemisphere.
Me neither. But can we agree that in the southern hemisphere, if I were to repeat the same experiment from the same latitude south, looking towards the south celestial, accounting for magnetic declination, let's say I'm in Ushuaia, which I think has a magnetic declination of 25 degrees. I'm not looking at my notes, but it's something like that.
Yeah, that strengthens my point, though, right? Which is the assumption of the accuracy of that correction. But wait, we always skip past. I'm gonna let you finish. But like, before we skip over to the southern hemisphere, let's finish the northern hemisphere. Okay. So I'm gonna look north from 89 degrees. I'm gonna see counterclockwise. If I turn around 180 degrees and then take a time lapse, what am I gonna see?
Counterclockwise.
No, you're not.
Yes,
you
you
are.
are.
Saying. No, you're
absolutely.
not.
Well,
you can see both cardinal are both perspective clockwise and counterclockwise in both hemispheres.
You cannot. It's not possible unless you're denying photos legitimate.
Do I?
And if you deny that the photos that I've seen, so I haven't done this personally. So that's the other thing, is I don't know what standards of evidence are admissible to you. Because it would seem, and again, I don't mean to strawman your position, that you tend to place a premium on what can be personally verified. Is that correct? Or am I strawmanning you?
Yeah, just independently verified. Yeah, it's not that you have to personally do it. It's that it can be done independently.
So if I could show you that from photography websites, every direction you look from a point in the northern hemisphere will have exactly the opposite rotation than in the southern hemisphere. How can you explain that?
No, sure, show it to me, man, because I can just right now on the spot drop dozens of examples of that not happening. In fact, we of course have observations where we see them moving both ways in the same video.
Let me go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
We have
it on my.
If you go a little south, right, you can see both directions in time lapse. Both directions. On the globe, it's the Earth spinning. So if I'm looking in a single direction on a globe that's spinning a single direction, I'm somehow seeing two opposing directions of stars.
I think my understanding is that you're misinterpreting what clockwise and counterclockwise mean in this context.
Bro,
because
do you think about what I'm saying? I'm on the globe. I'm looking a single cardinal direction. I'm going to set up my camera. According to the globe model, the stars look like they're spinning because the Earth is spinning east.
Or we could say, for the sake of argument, the Ptolemaic model holds. There's a celestial sphere spinning. Doesn't actually affect that part of the argument. But sure, we can say that we can use the globe model. That is heliocentric.
The globe model is spinning to the east.
Correct.
It makes the stars look like they're moving east to west.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm looking a single direction on the globe that's spinning a single direction, but my video will show star trails diverging out and going opposite directions.
It's opposite directions in what sense? So let me send you this link.
I'll just send you a picture.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I had to grab it off my Mac, my work laptop. So.
Hey, not to change the topic of discussion, but this Discord is considerably better than the other flat earther Discords that I've been to. For example, if you were to compare it to Nathan Oakley's Discord, in which he constantly mutes everyone who tries to debate with him, this is considerably better than it. And also the same thing with Quantum Eraser's Discord when he's doing lives. Anyone who joins in gets constantly muted, or they cannot talk because he constantly interrupts them. So I really value what you're doing with this side of debate here.
Yeah,
So that's something that I wanted to say before having to go because it's really late here. So
So
Yeah,
with
brother.
my belief is that the photo that you showed has to be taken at the equator.
Okay. Now, these photos are taken closer to the equator. Now, here's what I want you to answer, though. Okay, because it doesn't have to be directly on the equator. My question for you is: say I'm standing near the equator and I'm looking I'm looking a single direction.
Sure.
And the Earth is spinning a single direction, with my camera facing straight ahead at a single direction. That means that camera is basically falling forward. How am I filming two opposing directions?
Because you're standing at the point on the Earth where you're looking, you can actually change your view angle to change how you're orienting yourself to the axis of rotation. You've already moved to a point.
I'm not changing my view angle. I'm just looking straight forward.
You know, by getting the equator from the northern hemisphere. So what you're describing isn't possible when you move a certain distance below the equator or above the equator, mathematically. What you've done when you go to the equator is you've now moved to a point where by orienting yourself, you are now, if you look at the, like, I don't have the, you know, the right-hand rule though. So like, again, like imagine where we're standing on the Earth. The axis of rotation goes through the poles. The east to west rotation goes around that axis. You've moved now on the spherical coordinate system to a point where when you look north, you are parallel to the axis of rotation. When you look south, you're anti-parallel to the axis of rotation. That's not mathematically possible on a flat Earth because you don't have the ability to change your position. And your example with the stars, what you're not accounting for is the fact that there's no plane of view on a flat plane covered by a dome, assuming the dome is rotating above you and there isn't any bending of light like in Bilson's model. So excluding those factors, which maybe that's not fair, up to you to determine what model you're defending. I don't want to straw man it. It's not possible mathematically to repeat the movement that you've done from north to the equator. Mathematically. And I can type that up and prove it.
I don't understand why you're saying that. If you want to send something for me to look at, I will happily look at it. Yeah.
We just need to like show this geometrically. I don't have LaTeX right now. Actually, I do on my other computer. Let me check if I have it written up. Because like I said, I'm a mathematician. So I was curious when I read, when I watched that debate and then I watched your review of it, would it actually be possible? And I've convinced myself by doing the math that it's not. So like I've actually checked it. Like I could show it to, like, I don't know Blender, but like that would be probably the best way to visualize it. Because I could simulate it in Blender.
Yeah, you're able to
And then
screen share. So if you want to share that, if you have it or whatever, you can.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Take your time.
I'm not on.
Just
I don't have Discord.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to find where I actually did this proof. Okay, yeah, if I type rotation. Because I've been going deep into this. And let me say also, Austin, like, I didn't know any of this stuff before I started watching this. Like, I don't remember, like, do you remember when you learned that the Earth was a globe? Like, personally?
When I was like 5.
So I was homeschooled until I was 13. And my parents were super Christian. So I don't think I actually was taught that I can recall. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't find it. Can we follow up? I can provide it to you.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I'm about to have to go help with the Leah anyway, as soon as she wakes up. But like another thing is Like, that's the most important part of all of this, is that the vast majority of the public is incredibly ignorant about all of it.
100%.
And like, this is the progression of steps. It goes, they're faking stuff about space.
Mhm.
The story of heliocentrism that we were sold is a complete and total fabrication. The fact that they completely disallowed us from making up our own minds regarding the evidence and completely misrepresent all of it is ridiculous. So it goes space, geocentrism, flat Earth. You know, so like,
when do you think that?
No one knows any of those things.
No, I totally agree with you. You asked I mean, you've done it, right? You used to do those street videos. How many people that you talked?
Couldn't give money away. Probably five. I would have been 2,000 people probably.
Yeah, and how many people could actually answer a single one of your questions?
They all got the first one right because I gave the answer right, but very few. I gave the money away one time, and I'm convinced that dude had headphones in.
Yeah, so you're right. People are really ignorant. You're also right that in our day and age, science, and this is what Sabine Hoffman said in her video on the topic, I don't think she's ever said that flat earthers are stupid. So I don't know if you watch Sabine Hoffman. I'm sure you disagree with her on a lot of topics. But to my knowledge, she's never played the flat earthers are idiots card that I've seen.
No, her whole take is like, basically the way that science goes around touting different theories as facts and excluding the average person from understandable terms has caused situations like flat Earth. But she also like portrays tons of pseudoscience as if fact, and then pretends to be a skeptic. I don't have,
I think that
per se, but you know what she's not going to talk about? Geocentrism. You know what none of these people are going to talk about? Geocentrism. None of them.
Can we talk about this? How much time do you have before you go? I want to talk to you about the
whenever
cosmic
she wakes up. I don't know. I'm just waiting. I mean, I just
All
have
right.
a
Can we
little
talk
monitor.
about entropy and isotropy and the cosmic? Because I think that went way over Dave's head, to be honest. I don't think he had any idea what we were talking about.
Yeah.
But I've done research. So, and he said it was word salad, right? Am I right?
But he's just retarded, though.
All right, fair enough. But you made an argument, and the argument I'm going to try to summarize. And just to be clear, I've trolled plenty in your comments, so I'll just be transparent about that. But I'm trying to have an honest, transparent conversation. I gave you my name, whatever. But so to have to steel man your argument as best as I can. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to straw man you. So what you're arguing is that the cosmic microwave background radiation is something that has been measured. It's been measured from a position high in the atmosphere, presumably from a weather balloon.
Weather balloon, I don't even deny satellites. I just don't agree with the claim distances.
Okay, fair enough. So the WMAP satellite, which was then confirmed by the Planck satellite, correct?
Yeah, it was a balloon, a couple balloons, and then the 2 satellites.
All right. So let's just focus specifically on the data. So you're arguing that the data itself should be homogeneous, meaning that it has the same spatial distribution wherever we move in space. And let's just think about it as 2 dimensions, because it's going to be really difficult to think in 3 dimensions in this context because of the curse of dimensionality. So let's just project it onto a 2D space, like the image on Wikipedia that you showed in the debate. So what you're arguing is that if the heliocentric model is true, the Copernican principle holds, the Earth isn't in a privileged position, and the cosmic microwave background radiation should be homogeneous, meaning that the spatial distribution, the statistical distribution of the random field doesn't vary as a function of where you are in the field. And it should be anisotropic because the rotation of where you are relative to your position in the field also shouldn't affect the statistical distribution.
It should be isotropic, right? So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It should be evenly distributed without any preferred direction.
Sure.
And that's like a requirement of a Big Bang cosmology.
So to what extent, in your mind, does it differ from, like, describe to me the axis of evil, where the axis of evil is located, and the magnitude of the difference from what we expect to see?
The magnitude of the difference, I don't know the magnitude. It's just simply about the like directional relationship.
Sure.
And the most damning part of it specifically is that basically, in really crude terms, it's like all the energy should be really smoothly distributed, but there were a couple spots that were like bumpy, right?
My question
they
to you.
Mhm.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
There were like little bumpy areas of the energy that stand out from the rest of the data. When you follow these little bumpy lines, they intersect each other right where the Earth is. And if you look at the angle of those little bumpy areas, it's roughly 23 degrees.
Right.
And that's
Okay.
what they claim the Earth's tilt is. But this little bumpy distribution of energy was seen way beyond our solar system in their model, which means it
So
couldn't be because of the Earth, right? Because if the Earth is tilted, then you can say, oh, that's why we see the sun at this angle or whatever, but you can't claim that's why we see things deep in our galaxy or beyond our galaxy, right? Because the little Earth is tilted. So, and they have no answer for any of this. They just said that they think the data is wrong.
So I'm a statistician by trade, just to kind of, and I haven't actually looked at this data personally yet, although I plan to. But I've done some initial look at the models. I don't necessarily trust Wikipedia as a great source. Like if you look up post-growth economics, for example, that page is freaking awful. That's a whole different topic that we probably agree on, but that's not neither here nor there. But basically, Wikipedia is primarily consensus-based, right? We agree on that. Like if you have a if you have a dissenting opinion, it's really difficult to make edits to a Wikipedia page that has any large number of authors or views. I don't know if you've tried to, but
I'm not a fan of Wikipedia.
Right. So what we're seeing on the Axis of Evil cosmology page, which I'm happy to link in the chat as well, I think it's a really good thing to read about, is probably the best argument that the astrophysicist or whoever edits the page could make. Maybe. I think there's maybe some edits. I was going to probably edit it. But my point is this. So you're arguing that they said the data was wrong. My question to you is, have you personally looked and analyzed the data for yourself to determine if that claim was true or false? Or how do you know that that's false?
No, because it's a super complicated program that the data was run through. You know,
What
so
if I told,
good.
What if I could host that data for you on a server and allow you to explore the data yourself?
I'm all for it.
Okay.
I'm all for it. But like, just to clarify, what I mean is when they got the data back, it showed like a correlation of the energy in what they call the plane of the solar system.
Right.
And that's not supposed to be observed. So they just unanimously agreed it was like an innovative observation. So we must be doing something wrong and the data must be incorrect. And then they did it again and they got it again. And they said that again. Then they did it again and they got it again. And they ran it. This guy, specifically built a program for the second set of data, showed the correlation with the quote unquote plane of the solar system, did it again with the second piece of data. This is just like a PhD astrophysicist, heliocentric Copernican guy, and he was like, whoa, this is crazy. Reran it again, ran it this program, woke up in the morning, and it was showing him the same correlation with the plane of the solar system. So for a while, because like I've been in this for a while, right? So
yeah, for sure.
For a while, there was just no answer. And I know this because I talk to like very staunch anti-flat earthers to always hear the best the other side's got. And they're like, oh, well, that's just how science works, blah, blah, blah. It looks like the data is probably not correct, whatever. So now what they say, they say, oh, it's exactly what we expected to see because that guy's program was wrong. And when you make a few corrections to the way you interpret the data, you can smooth out all the energy.
So what I'm hearing to play that back is kind of a general distrust of what you perceive as scientists' tendencies to maybe begging the question isn't the right word, but is that how you would portray that as an example of them begging the question and then sort of like only accepting the data once it fit what they already assumed?
Well,
I
that's what modern cosmology always is, right? It's like dark matter was discovered in 1933. Nothing was discovered. It was that their model made a prediction and it was incredibly wrong. And then they were like, oh, well, there's this much missing mass, 99% specifically.
Right.
And so that's a perfect example. They do that every time. They're like, no, we know that our model has to be true. We know that gravity has to be true. So we will make up anything we need to, right? Because it's a foregone conclusion that their presupposition is correct. Therefore, the only pursuit they have is to figure out what's missing within it, right? What are we not understanding about what the data is so that it can make sense within our presupposition? They do that with everything. They did that with the CMB. I mean, dude, the very name of it should tell you, right? Like it's called the axis of evil. Like,
yeah, but
what?
who called this? I'm curious. I've looked at the Wikipedia page. I've started looking at the papers. I've started looking at statistical models. And just to give you a sense, I'm actually like pretty expert in this area, not in cosmology, but in spatial random fields. I'm pursuing my PhD in applied mathematics, and my master's dissertation was on anisotropic and isotropic models of spatial fields. So, like, I'm actually qualified to analyze this data myself. And so,
I encourage you to do so.
Yeah. So and hold me to this, being transparent. If the data is publicly available, which I believe it is, and if I can provide this data to you on a Linux server with a Jupyter Notebooks environment, so that you can interactively explore the data for yourself. So I can commit to doing that. You can follow up with me in Discord if you'd like. That sounds like a fun side project. My point is this, though. So I would argue that two things. The first thing is there can be an issue with how science does certain things that does not invalidate the actual data itself. And the second thing that I would posit to you is that I don't have a clear standard of what is admissible to you as evidence. And I think that if you have an inconsistent standard of evidence, I don't see how you can dismiss the argument that the data is incorrect, specifically when I asked you how large the deviation is, because that matters a lot. Because when we study data, we don't study it in absolute terms. So the idea, my understanding of how the axis of evil was found originally, is they had data from WAMP, and then that was confirmed by data from the Planck system, which we both agree are from satellites. We disagree on how those satellites work, but they're somewhere, far above the range of terrestrial radio sources or microwave sources, so they can actually record data at this sensitivity. But my point is, if you haven't actually looked at the magnitude of the deviation from what's expected, you can't say whether it's a statistically significant effect or not.
No, see, the magnitude doesn't matter in this scenario because it is the preferred direction. If it were just like a minute, inadmissible magnitude off, then it would be seen everywhere or maybe scattered randomly. That isn't the problem. The amount isn't the problem. It is where it is.
No, the amount absolutely matters because that determines whether it's a statistically significant effect or not.
You think it's just a coincidence that
entirely possible? I can analyze the data myself, but as I said, I can physically make the data available to you, and I can analyze it myself because I know how to.
Let's think logically. Let's say it's a statistically insignificant magnitude off of the prediction. Yeah. Coincidentally, what's being disputed as significant or insignificant? I mean, within the mainstream cosmology, right? Like not like it's being disputed there.
The last paper that you read on this topic, because the latest paper that I've seen, admittedly I haven't read myself, suggests that it's due to the calculation, because like no data is ever, especially not data from satellites, whether however we like disagree on those or not. No data is treated as just raw data, particularly not in a complex field like cosmology. So when we say we've collected data, it's not like it's some sacrosanct record that's immediately, and I'm just being transparent because I think this actually maybe weakens my argument a little bit. But like,
and on that straw man, I'm going to be heading out, guys. It's 12:03 my time. It's been a
Later,
blast.
Later,
Catch you guys
Stone.
next time.
Much appreciated, brother.
Later, bro.
so like to complete that, like if I don't know the magnitude personally, there's two things that need to be measured: the magnitude of the difference from homogeneity, the magnitude of the difference from anisotropy. And you probably don't want to do those independently. You want to do what's called a Bonferroni correction, where this gets really technical, but you would use what's called like a spatial scan statistic, where you essentially take a window. So you take the data, you define the spatial coordinates of the data, you map it to, we could do it with spheres, but for simplicity, we could look at slices of the data. So let's just slice it so that it reflects a plane. You run a sliding time window, which is the spatial scan, over that data, and you run statistical tests for homogeneity and anisotropy. My point is, if you don't know the magnitude of those effects, you can't possibly be confident that they're not due to the way the data was processed, where the data was collected, interference from some other astronomical phenomena that we've not
These are
identified.
all like these are appeals to possibilities.
But I'm not saying it's true because of that. So I don't think it's an appeal to possibility. You're claiming that it's an appeal to
No,
possibility.
it is. You're claiming that the energy is evenly distributed, and that the data suggests it's not. That's the implication of your position.
What I'm saying is you can't make a conclusion yourself without knowing the magnitude of the effect and whether it's statistically significant.
Okay,
I
don't know how much you look into this, but I'm going to run down for you the made-up excuses, and this is a perfect example of when knowing the history of everything is very important. Where they first get the data and they're like, "Oh man, that doesn't match. That can't be right." And then in between that first test and the second test, all the people talked about what's the way that we interpret this data, what's the best way. Everyone that dismissed the first data set agreed that it was properly interpreted. They came up with every other way that they could. They all agree that this is how we interpret the data. Then they get the same unexpected result. They say, okay, this can't be right. There must be something wrong. Send it back out there. Then they're doing the same thing for another like 10 years. Okay, then they all agree on the way that it's supposed to be interpreted, and then they get it again, and it's unexpected. Then we go like 5 years without an answer. Now these are the list of supposed answers. They never discuss the actual 23.4 degree portion. There's not even a paper written, not even one paper written offering a substantive explanation as to the 23.4 degree aspect of it. But these are the typical answers, right? It's like, oh well, it's just an insignificant magnitude, where it's just such a slight temperature difference that it could just be us over amplifying noise, which is such a laughably inadequate. Listen, dude, it's such a laughably inadequate. Wait, let me finish. It's a laughably inadequate explanation in just terms of basic logic. Okay, because if say, oh, it's just what a coincidence that we interpreted that slight temperature difference and we over amplified the noise directly on specific axes that intersected with the Earth. Why didn't the same program? It's a computer. It's not a human. It's not some geocentrist that goes in there with a bias. It's a computer program. How come the computer program didn't accidentally over amplify noise to the left or to the right of the axes? And how come it only did it all the way along that line to non-locality to where it intersects on the Earth? And that's why the most popular, I'm almost done. That's why the most popular, most recent excuse is that it's because of where we took the data from. Then, and by the way, they haven't even explained how in terms of physics. They've just said, oh, because we took the data from close to Earth, that must be why it's seeming to suggest there's some preferred direction with the Earth.
Asking a lot of questions. Can I please respond?
No, yeah, go ahead. I just laid out what the current state of affairs is.
So you've asked a couple different questions. So first of all, I want to respond directly to your accusation of an appeal, and I don't mean that in a bad faith way, but you used an appeal to possibility to describe the structure of my argument. I'd argue that that's actually not correct, because an appeal to possibility requires me to say that because there's a possibility of something happening, the actual conclusion is true. And I've never actually said that the conclusion is true because of that. What I've said is you can't make your own independent assessment of this data without knowing where the data was collected, the magnitude of the difference, and whether that was statistically significant or not. And I can make that assessment, not to disrespect you, better than you can, because I've studied this at the graduate level. So I know how the data would be processed and tested for what you're talking about. And for you to characterize it as just a computer program is inaccurate, because they aren't autonomous. In order to make a conclusion about the significance, the position, and the magnitude requires a human design of experiment, which includes a statistical methodology, running a statistical test, computing a p-value, and then assuring that everything met the requirements of the test.
But that methodology is applied to all of it. That methodology isn't selectively applied at specific areas or directions, because I watched the guy who did it talk about it. I watched him explain what he did, and he literally just put the data into the algorithm and went to sleep. Okay, and no one disputes that's what he did. What they're currently saying is that because in the grand scheme of things we were so close to the Earth, there must be something we don't currently understand that makes the data appear to have a preferred direction based on where you actually gather the data from. That's the literal best answer 2024.
I mean,
and by the way,
last...
this is important to make sure we both understand what my actual position is and what I said even in the Professor Dave. I normally don't bring this up because no one's ever heard of it and it gets so in the weeds. But this is my actual position, and this is what I said in the Professor Dave. I said it actually showed an inhomogeneous anisotropic distribution of energy that intersected on the Earth, which is directly the opposite of what the heliocentric model predicts. So I didn't say, hey, this proves geocentrism. I didn't say, hey, all I'm saying is that within their own paradigm, right, the data directly contradicts the heliocentric prediction, and it was just hand wave dismissed for 30 years.
I don't think that your characterization of it as hand waving is accurate unless you've read the papers and you can make an informed decision about how the design was done. And with all due respect, I don't think you have the qualifications, and I'm not trying to make an appeal to authority here. I'm just saying, my understanding of the flat Earth position is that we place a premium on what can be independently verified. What I'm arguing is that without knowing, you've admitted you don't know the effect size.
I know that in the grand scheme of things, it isn't a huge temperature difference.
Let me finish. You don't know the effect size exactly. You don't know the statistical methodology that was done. You don't know the exact spatial position of the axis, which was not directly through the Earth. It was aligned with the plane of the solar system. Where was it? All of that affects your ability to make this admissible in any way as evidence. So what is your standard?
You have to understand what the plane of the solar system, that part doesn't hurt me. Right? Like, it's because when it comes to the locality of the Earth in the mainstream model, right, anything in relation to our solar system, right, it's directly the opposite of what the prediction is. In fact, what that seems to suggest is that 23.4 degrees is not the Earth. The plane of the solar system is allegedly an optical illusion due to our tilt.
It's not the optical illusion that I'm aware of. I think from reading the analysis, and again, this is from Wikipedia. Wikipedia is consensus-based. It has questionable evidentiary value in a debate. But going off of that, and I can follow up with actually reading the paper and providing the data to you.
Are you sure you read this one, though? Are you sure you read this one? Because last time you referenced the paper, you're like, I didn't read it, but I read the title and it disagrees, whatever you said. Also, every time you make a new point, you land on a new credential, and it's sort of like in a mass appeal to majority that's kind of weird. And it's like, if you're going to do it, do them all at once. It just seems like you're gonna lead them out and just spread them out, throw the thing. But anyway, I'm kind of bored. If anyone else wants to talk,
I dispute your how you're treating tensions. I'm not arguing in bad faith.
It aligns with the elliptical the ecliptical and equinoctial axes of the Earth out of the entire universe. There's been like 3 different data sets that they've taken to analyze it and know this from official satellite networks. So
Correct, and that's the point. Like, they claim that the reason that we have those tilts, the perceived angle, is because the Earth is tilted, so it makes it look like, say, the sun is moving on a very specific angle, right? But the problem is that this energy goes way beyond our solar system.
But
so there is no conceivable reason in the current model that anything outside of our solar system would care about the Earth's tilt. That's the problem.
You don't know the full situation. And furthermore, how do you admit that as evidence, given that your belief is that the Earth is a closed system? What are you arguing that there's something? So I don't want to strawman your argument again. So let me steelman what I think your argument is, as best as I can. And I'll go off of, I think, Shane, did you jump in there? Sorry if I missed who jumped in. I've looked at what you have put on your website, Shane. I've looked at a variety of different models. So my understanding, going off of what I've been presented, is that we have a firmament. The firmament contains the stars. The sun is outside of the firmament to create the refractive effects using the coffee cup caustic, or the cardioid, I believe is the other model, to create the observed patterns of light and day on the surface. And therefore, the question I have to you is, doesn't the existence of this data going beyond the scope of the solar system automatically invalidate your own model? So how can you admit it as evidence, especially when you haven't verified it yourself? And I'm offering you the opportunity to do so. I will make that data available if it's publicly available.
Okay, wait. No, I want you to do that because you keep on okay, you do realize that it was at least an order of magnitude off of the Big Bang prediction, right?
That's new evidence that you're presenting to me about the magnitude.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say. When I say I don't know the magnitude, I don't know the exact values. I know that in the grand scheme of things, like the highest temperature level, right? For example, like whatever it is, Kelvin, I don't remember off the top of my head, that
Sure.
the difference is very small. It's a fraction of a Kelvin. Okay. But when it comes to the sensitivity of the readings, which they got progressively more sensitive, right? But the sensitivity of the readings are far beyond like a Kelvin, right? They are sufficiently sensitive to detect the predicted value of the temperature, any potential fluctuations, and they call them quantum fluctuations. And there's a very specific predicted value of a Big Bang universe. And the actual temperature difference that ended up being on this, what they call the axis of evil, was an entire order of magnitude off.
Okay,
So
well,
an
that's
entire
new.
decimal place. I mean, that's
That-
significant. And by the way, if it was as easy as saying like, oh, nah, this is wrong, like, nah, this is maybe some some statistical error, they would have said that.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I don't want to strawman the field of cosmology, but like the way that the data is collected, handled, processed, the tests that were done, I don't know who they had doing the statistical analysis. I don't know how the data was isolated from its environment.
Well, that was their first approach. That was their first approach was what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
So fair enough. I yield to you on that. Like that was their first response. I don't even assume ill intent. They said what you said. The first time they got the data, they said what you said. Fair enough, right? That is actually scientific. You should want to repeat it. You shouldn't just blindly believe it. Okay, they did that. They were like, there's no way this is correct. Let's really look at how it was obtained, who handled it, how was it interpreted, all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they kept getting the same results. So when they went from the first test to the second test, they spent that whole time ironing out all the kinks. And then the second test got it, and then that team The WMAP team just got buried for years about how they must have done something so incompetent that they somehow found, because we know that's not the case because the Big Bang tells us that's not the case. And then the third one, so what they did was they went out of their way to make sure it was incredibly precise, no room for error. Everyone's like, we're going to totally prove the WMAP team is stupid, basically. And then they found the same result. They found the same result. And you can go look at the quotes from the WMAP team talking about how how vindicated they felt because of how much kickback they got. Because everyone was just assuming that they were incompetent. And the reason that everyone's assumed that is because the difference was so great. If the difference was so minute, right, someone would be like, oh, well, dude, that's just noise. And I'm trying to explain to you also that the bigger part here logically, because I actually don't claim to be an expert in like the statistical analysis of temperature distribution. That isn't the point though. That isn't the point. Logically speaking, that magnitude of difference was only seen in a very specific area. So like if it was just something as easy to explain as like statistical fluctuation, statistical error, or whatever, we would see that scattered throughout the data. Like logically speaking.
No, not necessarily. Yeah, I think you have an issue when you apply common sense reasoning and logic to data analysis specifically. And specifically when we deal with something as complex as a 3D spatiotemporal field that has to be collected. And I'm not trying to just throw out jargon there. Like, that's what it is. Like, the data as collected, we need to be able to agree on, like, by our standards. And that's probably partly what I'm getting at is I don't quite understand what your standards for admissibility of evidence is, because to me, this implies two things. The first thing is, I would think that you would want to personally verify this for yourself. You're obviously a smart guy. So I'm offering you the opportunity to do that, first of all. Second of all, there's a large set of factors involved here, and science is very far from perfect. So we've seen over the years of science, and obviously cosmology is a lot more of an exact science than it used to be, scientific errors that are then corrected over time, some of which are as simple data analysis issues. And it's a far more pervasive problem than you would probably realize. And again, you could say that this hurts my argument because it hurts the legitimacy of science, but let's be transparent. If you look it up, you'll find it's less the case in fields like cosmology. It's more so the case in fields like psychology and sociology, especially. It is very difficult to actually replicate a lot of peer-reviewed science. So what I don't understand is that you seem to be presenting this evidence with a high level of confidence in it being properly collected in some way, and the scientists just acting in perhaps not, I don't want to strawman your argument, perhaps not in a improper, like a bad faith way, but a scientifically invalid way.
No, it's bad faith. It's religious. See, that's actually the whole reason I bring it up.
Well, let's talk.
That's why I brought up the dark matter thing. It wasn't some random red herring. Like, it is a reoccurring pattern in cosmology, right?
Right.
It's a reoccurring pattern, and the reason I brought it up because I knew that'll end up being viewed by a couple million people, and no one's ever heard of it. Okay, and I've been looking into this subject long enough to know that if they have anything that they can say, they all absorb it to dismiss any contrary evidence, and they can't do that with this. They haven't been able to do it for 20 years. And if there was anything they could come up with, they would have all jumped on the bandwagon. In fact, the current bandwagon is it must have been because something we don't understand happens when based on where you actually take the data from. That creates the illusion of a preferred direction. That's literally the best that they have. So the reason I bring it up is because I want people to know these quote-unquote scientists came around and called something contrary to the Copernican principle evil. And that isn't science. We don't invoke emotions. We don't show emotional bias with the titling of phenomena in science.
Of course we do. People are imperfect. And the scientific method is imperfect.
That's not the scientific method. The scientific method is independent of fallibility of man.
How is that possible? What is your definition?
Okay, let me caveat that, because we got in this whole debate in Flat Earth about this. Obviously, you go into all like experiments and understanding with some form of bias in terms of current understanding, but the data is what the data is. The test shows what the test shows to the best of your understanding of how to properly control variables, etc. Right, and that's independent of like longing for a specific outcome. Right,
But that's
the scientific method doesn't long for specific outcomes. People do.
Yeah, but you're separating science from the way that people interact with it as if that's possible. That we don't have a computer system that can perform independent science.
No, but let's use a very simple example, right? Like, if I'm going to boil water and I really want the water to boil at 98 degrees, it doesn't really matter. As I do the test and I step back and watch the water, it doesn't matter how much I want the water to boil at 98 degrees. It's going to boil when it boils. It's going to boil at 100. I could, though, then, instead of accepting that it boiled at 100 and what I really wanted wasn't true because the test is inanimate objects that I allowed to just show me what happens, I could say, no, actually, the thermometer is off by 2 degrees.
Yeah, but you are comparing an example that, I mean, I get the use of metaphor here, but the example that you're giving, I mean, when we talk about the modern landscape of science, like especially cosmology, which is such a, I mean, it's not new in the sense that we've been looking up at the stars and making models and predictions and things of that nature in orbital mechanics. But when you talk about things like the cosmic and microwave background radiation, you immediately enter into things like quantum mechanics, the state of the early universe, and a number of different things that are vastly more complicated than the simple examples of science that an untrained person is able to realistically interact with. And so my point would be, part of how we got here, which is why I brought up Sabine Hoffman, is she makes a great argument, without calling you your side stupid, that it's impossible, and you're certainly way more learned in this area than the average person, it's really difficult, if not impossible, to actually make an intelligent, informed opinion, and excuse my phrasing, just say informed, cut the intelligent part, because that would have a negative implication. You can't make an informed opinion on a field that you don't have a certain level of expertise in. So your use of a simple metaphor isn't analogous to this situation because of all of those factors that are involved. And furthermore, the last paper that I saw cited on the Wikipedia page, which admittedly I haven't read, so I'll say that transparently, you know, I wasn't preparing to, have a debate like this per se, but the latest evidence suggests that it is a statistical artifact of the way the data was suggested. And you might say, oh, well, that's a convenient excuse after all these years. But my question is to you, what is your standard for evaluating the admissibility of evidence? And given that you believe that there's a vast global conspiracy to hide the truth, right, the true cosmology, why would they make these errors in the first place? Why would they make this data with errors in it?
Before you answer, we've been live for almost 4 hours, so we could probably wrap up soon, like whenever you're done. What's it?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I didn't mean
so
to.
If you had any closing thoughts on whatever you were talking about there.
Austin, you go first, and then I'll make my closing statement.
Actually, you want to mention a couple more degrees, though?
Huh?
Okay, it's really very simple, man.
I did have a little something to say at the end. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I can wait till the end. Thank you. I just wanted to say something
okay.
to Mord Word.
Okay, sure.
Mord.
Austin, go ahead. Make your closing statement if you don't mind, and then I'll make mine.
Yeah, so it's very simple, man. Like, all these people just believe in the current model and they've invested their entire life into it. So when it comes to some quote unquote global, poor choice of words there, but conspiracy, it's like, no, there's not any ill-intended, malevolent purpose behind it. It is just people blindly believing what they've been told. It's effectively a religion. But yes, they are absolutely intentionally bending the data into their presuppositions. And just actually researching the history of the CMB is a perfect example of that, as is dark matter, like I said. And I will just reiterate what happened. The Big Bang cosmology, very specifically, and it is a necessity, it isn't debatable, predicts a homogeneous distribution of energy, and it predicts an isotropic distribution of energy. It has to do that. It is not even there's it's not debatable, it just has to do that. And they continually saw that when they looked at the energy in the sky, it didn't match that prediction. And when they first saw it, they said, "Oh, this data must be wrong." Then they did it again with more accurate instruments. They said, "Oh, this data must be wrong." They did it again, and same result. And it was over a magnitude. It was an entire magnitude off. So like when it's an order of magnitude off of the prediction, right? Like science necessitates that you acknowledge that your presupposition could be inaccurate. They did not do that. They basically sat it on the back burner saying there must be something we don't currently understand for about 10 years. Now they're coming around trying to say that it must just be because we took the data close to the Earth or something. They're still not even offering concrete evidence. And I actually have examined very recent papers because I talked to different people, including PhD astronomers, trying to give me their best answers. And they admit that they still don't really know what the answer is. So, I mean, that's like a very concise summary. I mean, I basically my position is it's a lack of belief to incredulous appeals the possibility due to like religious devotion of some type of presupposition, or frankly and simply some need to be insignificant. And the data consistently shows that's not the case. So, yeah, the last thing I'll say, and like, is I still am going to apply my logic, and like, I will say you kind of had a roundabout appeal to authority there. Like, sure, there's something to be said about like the ability to statistically dissect the information, blah, blah, blah. Logically speaking, if it's a random statistical error in how you interpret the data, which means you create some type of statistical methodology or algorithm to interpret the data, then you just apply that to the data across the board. If it were to create the illusion of some type of preferred position based on the anisotropic distribution intersecting on the Earth, then that statistical flaw would have shown up throughout the data. And that is why the most popular current excuse is that it's based on where the data was taken from. And then there's no actual answer for that. So, yeah, I got a little worried because I'm trying to fit it all in, but you know, it is what it is.
All right. Thanks so much, Austin. So a couple things I want to bring up in this regard. The first one is that the standard of evidence that you use for admissibilities is inconsistent. You would like to incorporate cosmological data from the cosmic background radiation into your model. The first point that I would assert there is that the existence of such data necessarily invalidates the rest of your model, because as you mentioned, it requires large void of space to exist beyond the confines of the Earth. If you're challenging the validity of that data, that can make sense, but you seem to be confident that the data itself is valid, measuring something that is real. Therefore, the existence of this data in and of itself invalidates the possibility of a model with sidereal rotation on a dome collected from inside firmament, implies necessarily the existence of space. Secondly, a number of fallacies were put forward to explain the argument, first of which is an appeal to possibility, statement that because there's a possible cause, it necessarily must be true that the consequence is true. That is not the argument that I assert. My argument simply is that we are not in a position in this debate by your own standards of evidence to evaluate, nor are you able to specifically evaluate the data itself to verify that this is a statistically significant effect. You've never been able to provide evidence that the effect is statistically significant, and I would challenge you to analyze the data yourself, as I will transparently make available in the future, with an interface that doesn't require coding to access, so hold me to that. And finally, your attribution of religion to the scientific figures and sidestepping the issue of the global conspiracy with non-ill-intentioned belief necessarily sets up issues with the way that you approach, again, your standards of evidence. When we look at the scientists themselves, your claim seems to be that they're simply,
seconds.
Go ahead. Your claim seems to be that they're so invested in the model that they're just looking for conclusions. My argument is, if they were so invested in that, they would essentially not make the data available, nor is the data possible to be collected within your cosmology. Finally, looking at the actual Axis of Evil Wikipedia page, looking at the last article cited, the latest state of research shows that it is a statistically insignificant effect, and that's closing my argument there.
Fantastic.
All right, you have a hunch based on a paper you haven't read that it doesn't count.
Jesus
Take it
Christ,
away.
dude. 3 hours of that shit, dog. I haven't read it, but maybe this solves it. Dude, Jesus. All right.
How many times can I reference something I haven't read, man?
Yeah, dude. Imagine. Dude, oh my God. Yeah. I'll be back, dude. I got to close out. All right, boys. You heard it here first. The Wikipedia paper that hasn't been read is the answer to the cosmic microwave background. Oh, wait. Liliana was speaking.
Yeah.
Oh, yo, my bad, Liliana. I forgot about you. I saw your mic light up as I was closing out. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'll try to be quick. Well, Morvan, your answer, I mean, we didn't get a chance to really go into it, but it was not satisfactory, I'm afraid. No offense, but the whole thing about not feeling motion, Anyways, maybe next time if we see you here again, we could go into it, because that answer is something that other Globers have given me. It's the same answer. So you guys must have got it from the same source or whatever.
What were you saying specifically? I didn't understand that.
About the motion issue. We can talk about it another time.
Oh, this was separate from before I started talking to Austin, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
And then also regarding those star trails, the clockwise, anti-clockwise, there are videos on YouTube you can go and see now even that clearly show you. They're like kind of for beginners who are learning how to make star trails or time lapse, star trails or whatever. And they, even in those videos, they'll tell you that you can be looking north from your yard or whatever,
Oh, Lily, we lost you.
Yeah, we lost you. Oh, Shane, one last thing before we go. Can I just address you directly real quick?
Oh, hold on, let me just quickly finish. Sorry.
Sure.
I lost the mic for a second. Yeah, even on those videos, they'll show you that if you're looking north, the circles are going to be going, the stars are going to be going anti-clockwise, and then you can turn around 180 degrees, and you can see that the stars are going in the opposite, in the clockwise direction, if you look south. So if you, anyway, so that, I mean, I learned that on YouTube, actually. It was, I thought everybody knew that, and I thought you knew that. So that was surprising that you didn't know that. And the other thing is, I'm not a very articulate person. I'm not a very smart person. And when Whitsitt talks and he, even when he's talking fast, I completely understand him. I mean, he's like incredibly articulate. So whenever people say word salad, when he's talking a little fast and using a lot of technical terms, I always think it's, it's their own inept vocabulary skills. So I hope that answers your question that you had asked him. And
sure.
Because he's perfectly articulate to me. I mean, I admire the man's skills, and a lot of, Shane is that way, and Alan is that way, and Stone is that way. I mean, and Mr. Javier, there's a lot of people here on this panel that I have tremendous amount of respect for because they're so articulate. And none of it is word salad, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not some exceptionally intelligent person, and I can understand them perfectly well. So when people say word salad, I think, God, how inept is your vocabulary skills if you can't understand perfectly articulate speech? Anyways, the other thing is that you didn't hear what Whitsitt and Stone kept telling you, is that we see in our own personal visual dome. I'm sorry, I mean, I'm paraphrasing them. Shane or Alan could, say that way better than I can. But what I mean to say is It's not like we're looking at a flat ceiling, on the sky. It's not like our flat ceiling in our room. So we're looking in a personal dome. So you have to understand that if you really want to understand why things look anti-clockwise when you're looking north, and they look clockwise when you're looking south, like the stars, why they're going in that direction. It's so simple. I mean, I'm only a high school graduate, and I completely understand that.
So it's mathematically inaccurate what you're saying. I posted a link in the chat demonstrating that conclusively. We can show that that's the case. I also don't appreciate the way that you misrepresent the intelligence of debaters going against Witsit. And in finality, Shane, when are you going to make the attribution to Walter Bislin that is required on his website for the model that you are currently hosting?
Oh, also, Michio Kaku himself said that in cosmology, they literally only barely know like 95%, if even that much. So just FYI, that is what cosmologists in the regular world have said.
Oh yeah, specifically that they don't even know what 95% of the universe is. Yeah.
Fair enough. Shane, can you just quickly answer my question? When are you going to make the required attribution to Walter Bislin for hosting his model on your website?
Have you ever been to my website?
Yes, sir. I went there earlier.
Okay. Did you not see the bottom?
Does it include his disclosure?
Well, you have to click on his little nosy, right in the meme, and that'll bring you to his main site.
Does it include the attribution on your website?
Hey, technically, you don't have to click his nose. You can click anywhere on the meme, but
Is that a new thing? Did he recently add that? Like he added my name, or has it always been?
Dude, it's public comments, dog. He doesn't have any say after the fact.
Well, he added your name after I started abusing his model publicly. He was like, "What's it? How does it know its latitude?" Not knowing that you're like Polaris elevation and latitude are inextricably linked. Yeah.
Just another quick question on that. So you also claim on your website that no bendy light is required. Yet, what's it in your last debate with Dave? You posited and presented a demonstration with a glass dome.
Before we move on to the next question, though, are we done like with the bed shitting virtue signaling about Bislin? Like, are we like it's public it's Creative Commons? So he doesn't so any after the fact things that he wants done. Like it's very generous of Shane to make it so that if you click his nose, you can go back to his website. So I just want before we proceed, I just want you to understand that, like how dog shit of an argument that was and what you just did. Like, do you grasp that now? Okay, we can proceed now to your next question.
Absolutely, sir. So next question. Yeah, on your website, you claim that no bending of light in a magical way is required. Going against what is stated on Bilson's website itself. I'm trying to understand how that corroborates with the model presented by Witsit in his debate with Professor Dave, specifically related to the demonstration of a glass dome and the bending of light. Can you just clarify that for me?
Those are totally different things. Yeah. He asked about light distribution, and I showed if that were actually in a container, then we would have light distribution like that. And that would be, the bending of light relative to the containment, coffee cup caustic. So that's not the same as the claim of bendy light rays in terms of like the positioning of stars. Those are very distinctly different things, meaning one's about an actual container on the Earth and one's about like how we actually view the world. So
yeah, fair enough.
Different phenomena. Yeah.
It's your stream, so don't want to keep talking, but
we ended the stream. We're just chilling now.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But this is the thing, right? So